wave your hands. 18. Are you serious? You're 18. 19. 19. How can you be 18 and 19 at the same time? Okay, round of applause for yourselves. I know I am speaking with big boys and big girls, right? Good. And you remember your pledge from yesterday? So today, we're going to do even better than yesterday. Can we do that? So there's some things I want to share with you. First of all, I want you to clap for yourselves. Clap for yourselves. Clap, 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 clap. You all did very, very, very well yesterday. And I want you to clap for Winner. Where's Winner? A round of applause for Winner. Where's Madam Okonjo Iweala? Where's she? A round of applause for her too. Okay, you can sit down. You can sit down. You know, some of you did exceptionally well yesterday. And we know that everybody here has a potential to be very, very great, right? You are very intelligent. So we want you to speak up. We want you to interact. We want you to have a very good time. And you know that there's things that you will hear this week that will stick with you for the rest of your lives. Okay? So we want to take everything very, very seriously. Concentrate, no distractions. And you know, I would like you to limit standing up, going out, standing up, going out. We're sorry, yesterday we were supposed to give you a break. You're supposed to go on break yesterday, but you all know yesterday was the opening ceremony and there was so much to do. So today you're going to have a break. Does that sound good? Good. So you're going to have a break. During that break, you can go to the restroom and you actually have very light refreshment. Is that okay? So I know that some of you were very hungry yesterday. You're used to eating probably breakfast and then you have snacks around 11, right? And then you have lunch later. So you're going to have some kind of snack today, okay? So no need to stand up. So no need to stand up and go out, stand up and go out, okay? So try to remain on your seats as much as possible. I'm also going to tell you that, how many people know where the restrooms are? Oh, everybody knows where the restrooms are. That's fine, but the restrooms, okay, if you step out from the back, you don't use this door, you know you don't use this door, you don't use this door, so you step out through this door, out, take your right, and the restrooms are this way, okay? So those are restrooms for your use, but we want you to limit your standing up, moving around, making noise. Do you realize that there's a live recording going on? Do you realize that there are other students in other schools who have joined? Lagos Mainland, Lagos Island, Oyo State, Abuja. Do you realize that? And there are people who are not in schools, they're at home on holidays. Because their schools are probably not participating, they are also logged on, you know, as individuals. So if you want other people to join, we can share a link with them. They can register and then join so that they will also enjoy what you're enjoying. You young guys have data, right? So you can also join. It's on YouTube. We can share. If you're interested, you ask us. We share the link with you and then you can share with your friends. Okay? So they can also join. So we need you to pay attention. What did I say? What did I say? I can't hear you guys here. I can't hear you up there. So we need you to pay attention to everything that we'll be doing. We don't want you slouching. You know, some just get tired and they slouch. Okay? And then some people were sleeping yesterday. Can you believe that? Some people were sleeping yesterday. If you slept yesterday, you know you took pledge. Just wave your hand. I know you guys are sinfully honest, right? You are sinfully honest. So no sleeping today. Pay attention. When you need to use the restroom, probably if you can wait till when we have break, that's when you go and use the restroom. Is that okay? So we want to limit that moving around. And also, chit chats. So there are some people sitting in places where they feel nobody can see them. So they are busy talking. Please reduce the side talks. Can we do that? Please. Remember that there are other people watching and everything you're saying and doing is affecting them too. So also, if you need to ask a question, we're going to give you microphones to speak, because we also realized yesterday that people in other locations could not hear you because we're not using the microphones. So please, before you speak, introduce yourself. This is my name. I'm from so and so school. And then you can ask your question. If you also want to write down your questions, we can take your questions. So are we good? Are we good? Being young? Being young. Being young. Okay, give yourselves a round of applause.
Thank you. What do we say to Madam? Now we are talking. So we're going to go straight to today's event with the national anthem. Hope we can recite the national anthem. Okay, I already have volunteers that will come up. So if you hear your name, please come up. God's Grace, is she here? All right, please come up quickly. So you lead us in national anthem. And Ayomide. Thank you. Clap for him. Today is not all about me. Today is all about all of you all. So we want to see you. And for all those watching us online, we say hi. All right. We ready? Face the audience. Remember what they said, no slouching. Straighten your back. Be bold.
Good day, ma. Good day, Sam. Ready for recite the national anthem. Good day, ma. Good day, Sam. Ready for recite the national anthem. 1, 2,
ready, go. Arise, O compatriots, Nigeria's call obey, to serve our father's land with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and mind, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity.
second stanza.
O
God of
creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, ever you that truth to know, in love and honesty to go and live in just and true. Great lofty heights attain to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign.
Thanks.
Applause for them. Thank you very much, Ayomide and Precious. Beautiful. In fact, you have made your school proud. All right, so I was asking before, who was here yesterday? So everybody put up their hand. So who's ready to give us a review of what happened yesterday? 1 or 2 things. I just need 2 volunteers. I have Adepeju. Are you ready for me? Oh yeah, come up now. Let's clap for her. Then any other, I need one more volunteer, a young man. Another one. Okay, all right, come up. Clap for him too. So you're going to come up here and introduce yourself. I thought it was ladies first. All right. So introduce yourself. Tell us your name, your school, and then what you learned yesterday and how it has impacted you. Remember, people are watching online. Me, I didn't come yesterday, so I want to learn from you. Okay?
My name is Jubilee Jamin. I am from Kobuna Junior Secondary Grammar School. I learned yesterday that I should watch my association. That bad association can spoil your good useful habits. Just like if you follow dullards and you are a brilliant person, you also become dull because you are keeping company with people who are not brilliant. I also learned the safety measures of taking first aid, the recovery position, and why you need to use the recovery position. And also when you want to open the airways of the casualty, you must place your forehand on the casualty's forehead, your hand rather on the casualty's forehead, and use your two fingers to raise his neck up so the airways are opened.
Adepeju, let's hear you.
Good morning. My name is Olale Madepeju. I'm from Lagos State Model Senior College, Ibola. I learned that no matter the challenges, we should always be strong. That no matter what, we should always be strong. We should be ready to face our challenges. We should make good people our role model. Have the picture of our role model on the wall. We look at them every morning and pray to God to be like them. I learned the first aid resuscitation method yesterday, which are the DRABC. The D stands for danger, and the R stands for response, the A stands for airway, the B stands for breathing, and the C stands for compression. I learned that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. You can conclude that way. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Beautiful and brilliant students. Wow. I hope we are taking example, like we are putting it into practice. How many of us have our role models now in our rooms? When we say role model, I hope it's not whiskey or sorry. He can also be a role model. He started from grassroots and now he's up there as well. He put in the work. So it's just all about putting in the work. And I saw a video where one of the facilitators was bouncing a ball. What was the ball about? Do you remember? That when Nigeria, you what? You what? So when Nigeria throws you down, you what? But that can only happen if you have, in fact, clap for yourself. All right, I hear there's a 2 minutes video you want to play. Okay, so let's watch that. Ready? All right. Well, out. Let me acknowledge those here. Army Children Senior High School. Say hi. Odobo Bara Senior and Junior High School. See. You know, we do like those things. Sorry, please. So if I make a mistake, correct me. This is my first time here. I just got back, so please. All right. Odobo Bara Senior and Junior High School. Say hi. Ekpe Girls Senior and Junior High School, say hi. Alaro Senior and Junior High School, say hi.
So let me start.
Ekpe Grammar School. Just there. Wonderful. Ogunmode Senior. It's like you are the owner of this place, all of you. All right, we acknowledge you. Odumola Senior Secondary School. Odumola Senior Secondary School. Thank you. Say hi. So if I've not mentioned your school, hope I've mentioned everybody's school. Which school is left? I just said Odumola now. Oh, what? Ogbonna. Okay. We welcome you too. Mabinu, Ejo. Mabinu. All right. I think we're ready with the video now.
Hi guys. So let me start this video by saying that I'm extremely honored to be playing a small part in nudging you on your career journey. The world is changing rapidly, and young people are the drivers of this change. Education, like they say, is the key to a bright future. True, but what I think is education promises you a chance at a desirous future. Now, that is if you're willing to stay the course, do the work, and stay committed. As a young professional, I made an intentional move at a very young age to commit myself to what I wanted to be in the future. And what I did was I learned from people that had walked the path before me. I read a lot, read books that took me to places airplanes couldn't take me, and I was able to walk that path. So as a young person, you need to be able to nurture your mind, and the time is now. You need to seize this opportunity and work at it. No matter what field you want to do, be it fashion, entertainment, engineering, the arts, whatever it is, nurture it. Seize the opportunity. So with that said, I want to say congratulations on taking the bold step into attending the Teenage Career Summer Program of 2022. Congratulations and welcome to the beginning of an intentional future.
Wow, that's just beautiful. Intentional future. You have to be intentional in everything you do. Okay. So today we have great people to speak to us. We have people from tech, we have people from finance, we have people from all sorts of life today, and we're going to learn so much. All right. So let me briefly read the profile of who I'm bringing on this wonderful stage. She's currently leading the Ability and Responsibility team of Wema Bank PLC to provide digital solutions for societal impact. She has been in the forefront in driving inclusive socio-economic initiatives with focus on making societal impact on youth and women. Also, she has led a lot of women empowerment initiatives, which include capacity building, skill acquisition, budgeting and planning, and financial inclusion / literacy. She was also one of our facilitators last year, and her engagement with the teenagers was really exciting and educating, and we are so happy to have her today. Please put your hands together for Abimbola Agbejule. Clap for her. Show her you are ready to be a superstar and intentional. Keep clapping.
I believe we can clap a lot better than that.
Clap.
We can clap a lot better than that.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone. Good morning. Are you excited to be here? If you are, let me hear you say yes. Good morning. My name is Abimbola Agbejule. I know it's not Yoruba, so it has tendencies to actually not pronounce our names. I'm also from Lagos, so I can proudly say I'm part of Ipu in Ekpe, right? Because there are good things in Ekpe. Maybe you guys have not told him you have the best fishes in this area. Did you tell him? Did he tell you? Okay, so good morning. Just as excited as you guys are, and you're doing a great favor to yourselves at this time. I know you've had a lot of with different people from yesterday, and I'm proud that you guys are able to also reiterate the things that you were told yesterday. But this morning, what I'm talking about is about the future of work, career. Who can tell me what happened in the sports industry yesterday, Sunday show yesterday morning? Who knows? Anyone? Did you hear about one lady? Her name is Toby Amusa. What did she do? Oh, awesome. Yes, what did she do? Wow, awesome. She broke, actually, yes, what did she do? Awesome. She broke Usain Bolt's record. Do you guys know Usain Bolt? And she's a lady, by the way. So do you know what you can do for yourselves? You can also break records. And that is why you are here today. And that's why somebody was telling yesterday that if Nigeria takes you down, you spring up. Despite all the odds that we have, she still went out there to do herself proud and the country proud. So you as young people, you need to start thinking of how you can make yourself proud. Looking at what she's doing is sports. Do you know it's a form of work as well? So if I ask you, how many people wants to be a doctor? Nice. How many people wants to be a lawyer? How many people wants to be a singer, an artist? How many people wants to be a data analyst? Do you know what a data analyst is? You don't know? I will explain to you. How many people want to be an engineer, like a software engineer? How many people want to be people that codes, you know, that we write codes for all those apps that we use? How many people? Nice. So I'm just trying to tell you that there's so many kinds of jobs today. And the thing is, in the next 10, 15 years, all of these things will change. Even the way you practice your law will change. Being a lawyer, it will change. Being a doctor, it will change. Because so you now need to embrace technology. So what you're doing would actually reflect the new age. And so there's so many things. If you talk about career is something that you want to do for a long time. Maybe you want to take notes because I'll ask questions. And whoever gets my question right will get a gift. So it shows that you guys are listening and you're attentive. So when it comes to career is something that you choose that you want to do for a very long time, and you'll be successful with it and make a living out of it, and also impact the people that are around you or beyond you. So for instance, if I'm a doctor, it is something that pays my bill, and I'm also impacting people around me. You can imagine being in this community and something happens to someone, there's no doctor inside, and we lose that person. So you can know that if there's a doctor, this person will still be alive, or this person would have been saved. Somewhere I am making money and I'm impacting people around me. If I'm an artist, a singer, I'm actually entertaining you, making you happy, and I'm still making money for myself. So those are the kind of things that you look at in career. If I'm a teacher, I am impacting you, imparting knowledge in you so that you can become a better person, and I'm still making money for myself to live in. So that's what career does to you. So I also talk about banking because I'm from the banking environment. So you know what banks do? Can you share with me? Yes, please. Nice. Yes, we accept deposits. What else do we do? Thank you. Yes, what do banks do? Awesome. In simple term, yes. What? Just one more now. Yes, banks provide loans for people. So banks accept deposits. They provide loans. They provide financial services. So beyond deposits and loans, they also help you to set up an investment plan. They help you to actually put your things in order, as in your plan for the future in order. Help you with other other needs. Maybe you want to get health insurance. They tell you how to get it, what to do, how to save towards it, how to plan for the future, for yourself, for your family. how to plan for your loved ones as well, and also help you to have a better life. So that is part of things that banks does. So we're now moving to the next thing, talk about the future of work. So what has changed, like I've told you guys, that before now, the traditional jobs are lawyers, doctors, teachers, but now there are new things. There are people in technology, there are people studying artificial intelligence, there are people that are studying data analytics, and they're doing extremely well. There are people that are even into sports management. There are people that are into community management, social career. Can you remember what happened during COVID? That all of us were locked in the house. Do you know? Can you remember? You know, some people were still working to make things active and to make us be able to do other things for ourselves. You realize that? And you know what they were using? What were they using? Awesome. Give yourself a hand of applause. Everybody was using technology. So you have more people studying things around technology. And technology has become an enabler for all of us, helping us to simplify the way we live and the things that we do. So there's so many things happening in that area. So the new banking model, I'll talk about banking, then we'll move to that, but technology is also part of banking, because without technology, banking will not be as improved and as fun as we have it now. So talk about economic catalysts, things that will actually help you to change the new model. So things that would actually bring life to people, that will help with our living standards, that will help us to actually thrive and survive. And those are the economic catalysts, things that would help us as young people. Funding, how do we get, no banks provide funding. So how do banks get money? During COVID, people didn't really work. So how would they now support people to actually have a good living? How would they support the government when they were giving out cash transfer, so small money to young people and to households, to able to, for them to allow them to survive and to have some money to spend during that time? So how did they get that kind of funding? How do we drive financial inclusion? If a lot of people that were getting those money at that time did not have a bank account, where would they keep their money? Would they be carrying cash around? The dangers of taking cash around in terms of you being robbed, money will get stolen, the money can get missing, they get damaged and all of those things. But once you have your money in your account, so you can use your card to take your money, you can do a transfer for your services, you can move money around without using the physical cash. How many of us have an account here? I have a bank account. So for the rest of us, make sure you get a bank account. When your aunties, your uncles, your mom, people give you money, you can keep the money in that bank account. You're not too young to have a bank account. Every bank has got a kiddie saving account that you can put your small money and it grows over time. So how do we strengthen greener economic growth? So today, there's a lot more emphasis on stimulating growth using the greener economy. How do we make our society better in terms of being conscious about the environment? So within our own environment now, let's say everywhere there is generator fumes everywhere. How do we make it better? By providing solar lights. You guys know solar power panels? So solar power panels are like panels that provide light that are actually more sustainable. Sustainable in terms of there are no emissions. It doesn't affect the human I'm trying to put it in simple terms so that you guys can all understand. It doesn't affect the breathing pattern. You know, when you're around generator, there are fumes coming out and it actually affects everyone. So solar panels is clean. It just generates power from the sun. It stores in the battery, then it powers the home. Besides, beyond using the solar power panel, you can also look at recycling. I know there are a number of recycling plants within Ekpe community. Does anyone recycle here? Recycle is separating your waste, as in your plastics, your paper from your solid waste. You can process, you can use it again. Thank you. So you need to know how to reduce, reuse, and recycle. Those bottles that you have, did they teach you guys in school? Which of the schools? Is it Alaro City? It's Alaro. I'm happy that everyone here has been taught how to recycle, reduce, reuse, and recycle. And that's how we have a greener economy and a greener society. And you know, people make money from recycling. There's a big difference. And that's also a career, you know, being in green business. So things are changing. So don't just get stuck with being a doctor, a lawyer, and economics. There's so many things that you can do. It's just for you to be able to think it, believe in it, and stay committed to it, and you make money. Can we move? Okay. So I've talked about innovation, so we can quickly move from innovation. So the future of work, you can see all the pictures that you have there, the gadgets, the AI thing, the laptop. You can see that those things in circles are called the SDG. Who knows the meaning of SDG? Who can tell me the full meaning? SDG. SDG. If you're able to get, I have a gift for you. Whoever can answer my question. Yes. Awesome. Please give her a hand of applause. I owe you a gift. SDG means the Sustainable Development Goals, and we have 17 SDGs, and that's supposed to that they've put together by the UN. That's United Nations, and there are so many countries under United Nations, and Nigeria is one of them. And we're actually trying to implement the Sustainable Development Goals. And number one is no poverty, as in zero poverty. So it's a long way for us, but we'll get there. And like I told you that there are over 85 million jobs will be displaced in the next, in fact, it's 2 years. I even said 10 years. In the next, for me, it will be next 10 years, because we're just coming out of COVID, and a lot of economies are already going through some form of recession because of inflation and all of the things that have happened. So I don't think there'll be more job losses. They'll be able to be contained somehow. But the truth is, there'll be 97 million new roles that will come out of the new things that I've discussed with you around digital technology, around greener economy, around being a sports person, around creativity, entertainment. And so which one do you want to, you're not too young to have a job. Yes, you're not too young. You don't have to be like in the labor force. You can start from where you are. What can you do on your own? Can you build applications that people can use? At 10 years old, you see people building applications. At 10 years, people, yes, you're looking at me. At 10, you can Google it, a lot more people, even Nigerian kids. At 10 years old, they bake and they give to their moms to help them to sell. At 10 years old, they string beads together. At 10 years old, they write for people, as in content creation. They write like, oh, this is this intelligent thing that you can use. There's so many things that you can do. I need to start now. And you know what I said, that if you like something, you stay committed to it and invest your time in it, and to help you to move forward. Another job that we can look at, another thing that we can look at, I need my slides so that I can actually move very fast. We said that about 800 million people will lose their job. Do you know how many people we have in the world at the moment? Can you guess? How many people do you have in the world? Can you guess? 1 billion? No. 8 billion, over 8 billion people in the world. So about 10% of that 8 billion will lose their job because of technology. Are you aware? In Nigeria, we're over 200 million. In China and in India, they are over 1 billion each. So yes, those are the most populous countries in the world, China and India. And so globally, we're over 8 billion people. And about 10% of those people will lose their job. So you need to start building skills and capacity that will help you to take it to the next level. You don't have to work for anyone. You can be an entrepreneur if you wish. You can also work for someone and also learn from them and help them to build the services or the organization, help them to build it better. And like I said, careers have changed due to post-COVID, due to COVID issues. There are new things coming up, social care, AI, sustainability work, job type, teaching. Teaching has changed from the normal blackboard. People can learn online. There are a lot of tutorials on going online. As long as you know how to use a platform and you learn and write your exams and succeed through that. There's also the flexible workplace. So most organizations now, you can do remote working. Remote working means that you can work from wherever you are, from your home, from wherever, as long as it's comfortable for you, and you can deliver on the job. You don't have to come to the physical office for you to deploy your work. So you can say, I think that have changed. During COVID, a lot of people did not go to school. We're learning online. Am I right? Did you guys learn online at all? So things have changed a lot. So you need to start imbibing in the new things and in new times. So don't restrict yourselves. When you get, we can explain to your parents as well, so they can help you. The talent in the workforce too has changed. Like I mentioned earlier, people are doing so many new things that are actually bringing in new systems, new structures, new policies, and have actually transformed the way we think, the way we work and the way we actually interact with one another. The last one I'll talk about is the expanded outlook. So I mentioned that you don't have to stick to the traditional careers. There are things around human resource efficiency, things around sports, things around entertainment, music, designs. You know that there are actually designers that are unique and there are items that are sold everywhere. Are you aware? There was one post that I saw yesterday on LinkedIn. The guy said from Shagamu to the world. So the guy used to be, they call him something the tailor. I can't remember his first name. So he now went for a master's in designs, as in now design school, so something design, and said that people abroad are now buying his designs because he was able to go to school. So he changed the way he does design, and it's normal Nigerian outfit that he makes, and so he's making so much money. So you can imagine what education can help you to do and what exposure can do to you. So wherever you find, I said he learned from his parents. His parents had a tailoring shop somewhere in Lagos Island and in Shagamu. And so he took that idea to the world and went to school to actually improve on what he has learned. I'm sure maybe while he was in school, just learned how to cut, to stitch his design, not probably sewing and new technology. But now the guy is like all over. People from America, they're not commending him and say, can you send us your designs? So you can imagine maybe he makes something here in Lagos for 10,000 naira in naira. So that's, how much is that in dollars? Maybe that's less than $6-7. About, let's even be about let's say $20, 10,000 naira. But now he's able to sell those things for $120, $150 abroad. See the margin and what he's making. So just think through things that you like. So ideally, that kind of person say, oh, I want to be a lawyer, I want to be a doctor. But meanwhile, he learned from his parents what they used to do. And he has taken the step for that. And that's even a family business they are taking about. So think of what you like to do. So what are the careers that are actually going to be like the in thing in the next decade in the next 10 years? And I'm sure that when they were asking you all for your ages, the lowest here was about 10. So by the time you're 20, what can you do? What are the new things? Things around sustainability, I've talked about it. Environmental, things around the environment. We talked about recycling, we talked about power, we talked about social care, and all of those governance will be in it. Then green finance and impacting. I don't want to go into all these technical things. Climate and this might be too much for you at this time. But I know you know about climate change. So things around climate change, global warming. Now that, in this season, we're told that it will rain. Even when it rains, because of global warming, everywhere is flooded, which is not supposed to be. In other climes, they're having extreme heat. So maybe they don't have this level of heat in their countries, but this time around, because of global warming, the heat is so much. So people are learning about it. What should we do? How do we mitigate this? So it's a form of career. Things around robotics and artificial intelligence. I've talked about this already. Data science, how to become an engineer, design engineering, automation. On healthcare, telemedicine, I don't have to go into the hospital. I can speak to the doctor through an app. An app is an application interface that I can talk to the doctor, I have a headache, or the headache is started yesterday, and they'll give you a prescription that will actually help you. You don't need to go to the physical hospital. Mental health is actually very important. Even at this stage, people are going through mental health issues. They're being disturbed. There are a lot of traumatic issues happening within our society and within our economy. And everybody needs some attention. Healthcare operation, health tech, saying that, how can I solve these issues without even going through a surgery? A lot of things are happening around that as well. Technology and data, I talk about data analytics, e-commerce, digital finance, software development, things around marketing, branding, creativity, a lot is happening. If I may ask, two people on this road, can you tell me what you want to become? I want to hear other kinds of career type. I don't want to hear doctors, lawyers. I just want something different. You were always answering my question. Okay, you first. Yes. A computer engineer. Wow, awesome. Yes. A musician. What kind of music? What kind of songs should we expect from you? Hip hop. Wow. So who is your role model at this time? Davido. Is Davido a pop artist? Oh, really? Interesting. So do you have his picture in your room now? Interesting. Yes, Ajia. You want to be an artist too. What kind of artist? Actress. Okay.
Actress.
Okay. Nice. Awesome. An engineer, a software engineer. It's a coding engineer.
Coding engineer.
So that's like a software engineer. Well done. Yes. Yeah. Wow. Awesome. He wants to be an architect. So let me go to this side. I like all the things you guys are telling me. So what do you want to become? A what? A seamstress. Awesome. A computer designer. Marine engineer. Interesting. And you have water here in Ekpe. Interesting. Yes. A what? Gynecologist. Thank you. A programmer. Awesome. Yes. An actress. An engineer. An engineer. Awesome. So, yes, you up there. An explorer. Awesome. Oh, awesome. That's the new one for me. Yes. A neurosurgeon. Awesome. I hope you all stay back in Nigeria. You can't take your brains abroad. We need you here. If you all leave, who will develop Nigeria? You have to stay. Oh. You all have to stay. An artist too. Awesome. This side. Yes. An artist, okay. Yes. And what? Awesome. A footballer. This is the first footballer I'll have here today. Awesome. You. A model. Awesome. Our Naomi Campbell. Yes, you'll be the last person. I can't hear you. Are you shy? A professor. I like it. Let's close it at that. He wants to become a professor. And I like all the bright ideas and I like all your aspirations. And I do hope that you guys will stay back in Nigeria when you become all of these successful people. Right? 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 We need to protect Nigeria. Do you know? And you know, it is you and I, more like you guys. We have to protect Nigeria. So I need all of you here. So there are a lot of life skill learnings while you're going through the thing. So how am I supposed to develop all of this? And even if I don't have access, there are some things that you need to learn on your own and become resilient. You need to be innovative, have a curious mind, know what is going on. Active learning and research. What do you do with your spare time? Do you try to learn something new? Yes, I want to become a professor. So what do you do at your spare time? Do you try to say, how do I even become a professor? What's the path to becoming a professor? Do you guys do that? So you need to start learning that. Problem solving. So even I'm in the house, what sort of problems am I solving in the house? How am I helping my mom and my dad? You know, simple things. You don't have to give them money, but I'm helping them to solve some issues. There are things that you guys know better than we adults. And you can share with them, Mom, we should do it this way. I think that other way will be better. Have you considered your problem solving for us in the house? Then you take it to your school, then to the marketplace. From there, you develop good skills. Creativity. Creativity does not mean that you have to dance or something. You can just change the way we do things. Oh, Mr. Kazim, I like this counseling style. Have you thought about adding, can we improve on this? That's creativity. You're bringing new ideas, new thoughts to things that people do on a daily basis. Doesn't have to be something grandiose. No idea is stupid. Every idea is welcome and it can transform lives and transform things. They need to sit and think. Do you guys try to sit at the end of the day and just think, what happened today? Okay, just take 5 minutes of your time. Maybe when you come back from school, just have like something called a reflection. So what did my teacher say today? What did my friend say today? What did I learn? What are the new things I can pick? Is there a new, do you learn a new word every day? Okay, so if you not started doing that, I think it's something you need to start doing. Learn a new word every day. And just think back and think. So there's something called lifelong learning. So when you acquired all of those skills that I mentioned earlier, you start looking at all of these things. So what are the new things I can do? So beyond being a professor, can I swim? Can I engage with people? Can I converse? Do I not know how to play football or tennis? You know, so you need to, those are lifelong learning. That helps your social interaction. How do I learn how to use new technology? There's a solution that will be, okay, there's something that we use in school now, a blackboard. Do I know how to use it? Can I help my teacher? So you need to learn those things. How about coding and public speaking? Can you come out here and hold a mic? It's not everybody that can do it, you know. Some people will be shy. Do you know that? So you need to learn how to do public speaking. Do you take part in debates in your class? Do you take part in quiz competition? So those are kind of things that you need to learn, because those are things that will help you when you start working, you start your career. So you can speak to people, you can have conversations, you can have intelligent conversations. Though there's some people that they can't have conversations because it will turn into a fight or an argument. Do you know that? Or they're too quiet, they can't even say anything. So I don't want you to be like that. So that's a lifelong learning. And more importantly, you need to learn financial literacy. And I have a slide on that. So we need to know how to take care of our money and how to spend, how to earn, and how to save. Do we have a library in our schools? So which school am I going to call? Olomon? So I can go and check your school now. I know that you have a library. A functional library. So now that you have a library, how many of you use the library every week? At least every day, once a week. Once a week. Once a month. Okay, half of the world we use the library once a week. What about once a month? Once a term? Wow, so we have very brilliant people and this was good. So make sure you use your library regularly. And the last thing I'm going to talk about before I get off the stage is around financial literacy. You are not too young to be financially literate to understand the concepts of money. It is very important for you because my background is banking, and I need to let you know that it is important for you to know how to keep your money and how to plan for it. There's something called how to earn, how to save, how to spend, and how to invest. You need to save first before spending, and then last one is investing. Financial literacy actually help you to build your knowledge about money, to make you more independent when you are much older. You know, we don't really teach concept of money in Nigeria from primary, but things have changed, and it is now compulsory for everybody to understand the importance of having your own money, regardless of your gender, of your tribe, of your age, and of your economic status. So you need to know how to do that. So how do I do this? You need to have a goal actualization. So you have to bring practical steps on how to achieve the money. So for instance, I have a target to save 20,000 at the end of the year. And my uncle gives me maybe 1,000 naira, or maybe every time he visits. Do I spend the 1,000 naira, or I keep it safe and tell my mom or my dad or my guardian to put it in the bank account for me, or I spend it at once? How do I improve the value of money? You don't even think about getting rich quick. It doesn't make sense because it is not true. It's a concept that they've used to deceive people and take your money away. But your money has to grow and get the desired value over time. Do not go and invest in Ponzi scheme, things that will take your money away from you. And you can also help people that don't know. When you understand the concept of money, you can save for emergencies. Ideally, anybody should have a 6-month savings of emergency, just in case anything happens. You are covered for at least 6 months. I know Nigeria is tough, but it can still be done. Not doing anything at all is doing more harm to yourself than not putting anything aside. How do you build good financial habits? It's by budgeting, by planning. When I have some money, what do I do with the money? Do I spend at once? I put it in different segments or different compartmentalizations, saying, this is what I want to spend, this is what I want to save. And so these are some of the tips and tricks for financial independence. How do I assess my money? So analyze what you spend. So when I get home, What do I spend? I know you guys are still too young, but because you don't spend that kind of money, it's for adults. But you need to learn it now. Write what you spend on a piece of paper or on a book. Then you start identifying where your money goes. The second one is, do I budget? What do I spend on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, on an annual basis? When you're able to write down at the top, then you're able to understand where your money goes to and what you spend on. I talked about emergency funds, so keeping your money for 6 months or things that would happen. For instance, if your roof comes up and you don't have any savings, don't want to run around during this rainy season looking for somebody to give you money to fix your roof. But with your emergency fund, you can easily fix your roof without asking for money from anyone. Then you build a savings culture, saying that 50% goes to your needs, 30 goes to your wants, and 20 goes to your savings. Your wants are things that, like, it's a nice to have. My needs are things that are essential: food, shelter, and clothing. Education, they're essentials. And those are things that my 50% goes to. Then when you start saving your 20%, you need to learn about investment. So where do I keep my money? So you just don't keep your money. Has anybody read Rich Dad and Poor Dad? Rich Dad, Poor Dad. Wow. I'm super proud of you. What's it about? That's one story from the book. Well done. I'm proud of you. See me after the class. She has read a lot, and she answers all my questions. Which school do you represent? Ekpe Girls Junior High School. Awesome. I'm super proud of you. Oh, she won the laptop yesterday. Oh, nice. She's really here for a business, wasn't she? She means business. Yes, you guys need to. It's online. Rich Dad, Poor Dad. And how they save money, they raise money, the one that lost money. And there's another one that you guys can read. It's the simple form. The Richest Man in Babylon. You can write it out. I'm sure you've heard about the book before. It's an old book, but it's timeless. The Richest Man in Babylon. Then live below your means. Don't say because you have money now, I want to, how they put it? I want to blow. Yes, I'm sure you guys have heard this story. Everybody wants to blow. So you don't have to blow, eh? Just take your time. Do it one step at a time. What did I say? And also follow all of these things before you start trying to blow. So that you don't blow up. All right? I think that once you imbibe all of these things, then we are good to go and we have the very best of everything. So I think I've utilized my 45 minutes. But I want you guys, if you have questions, so I can take the questions. Yes.
All right, thank you, Ma. Can we have a round of applause for her, please? Wait, now this round of applause is too weak. I'm going to teach you, look. All the way from Wema Bank. All right, question time. So who has questions? Quickly come up, quickly. Number one. But you are hot. So. Oh yeah, number two. Number three. Just 5 people. Yes, you are at the back. And then one person up. Lady with the glasses. Yes, come downstairs. All right, quickly. Your name, your school, and your question.
My name is Adita Odonia. I'm a student of Odoba Junior High School. I want to ask you a question. The question is, what is the best job in the world?
That's a big question. There's no best job in the world, in truth. It is what you make out of what you do. Okay? What do you like? What are you passionate about? What will you stay committed to? Even if I sell nails, I can make the very best out of it. There is no best job in the world. Don't let anybody deceive you, okay?
I'm saying that is true. The best job in the world is the one you have dedication to.
Is it what?
The job you have dedication to. The job you believe in. That's the best job in the world.
Yes, that's the same thing that we said. We said the same thing. We said what you are passionate about.
All right. What is your own best job in the world?
Exactly.
What are you dedicated?
Marine engineering.
Marine engineering. Beautiful. In fact, you have taught us something today. Thank you very much.
My name is Anegwe Devina Einome. I am from Ekpegos Junior High School. I'm here to ask a question about creativity. Is it that important or compulsory for being that creative? I think someone can have potentials for something. He can still do it. Is it possible for it not to do without creativity?
Yeah, I don't think you can do without creativity, but it is best for you to be able to use creativity to do so many things. It opens up your mind.
So it means potential without creativity.
Potential
without creativity.
I don't think there's potential without creativity. Creativity gives you potentials. Do you understand? Creativity gives you potentials. It's something that you can actually enhance the way you do things. It makes you open your mind and change it. So for instance, when we're much younger, they'll tell you that you have to be in the classroom to learn. You can't learn outside of the classroom. Now, because of creativity and innovation, we can learn outside the classroom. So it gives you potential.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good day. My name is Olainka Inyola, a student from Kubuna Senior Secondary Grammar School. I'm here to ask a question about financial literacy. My question is, my father is a bank manager. My mother is a petty trader. So I'm given 500 naira daily as my pocket money. I'm also given money for transport, all making 1,000. I am someone that I would like to show up myself in the midst of my friend that my father is a bank manager. What can solve the problem for me not to show up in the midst of them again?
Thank you. That one is about self-discipline. So if you're a disciplined person, you don't have to show up to your friends. And the fact that your parents give you 500 naira daily, are you able to put something aside? What example are you showing to your friends? Because your father is a bank manager and it's expected that he will teach you things around financial literacy and financial independence. So you need to be able to show your friends that I need to be prudent on the way I spend money. I don't have to come every day to show off to you because I get X amounts of money from my parents every day. So you have to be disciplined and imbibe a good financial stand as well. That I don't keep
question again. If my parents are not devoted for my financial literacy, how can I develop myself?
So by learning, remember what I said about lifelong learning, the things that you're supposed to learn on your own. And that's why I asked the question, do you have libraries in your school? Do you guys have financial literacy clubs? We can start one and get your teachers to help with it. So you learn on your own, you become more, you practice all of these things that we're talking about, then it takes you to the next level.
What about those people that practice cybercrime on the internet?
That is a no-no because you're cheating other people to make false wealth. So it is a no-no. You shouldn't get involved in it because you're actually making other people to lose their money, their admin money, over something that does not make sense. So make sure you talk people out of it.
It's about the act of, is a crime of stealing.
Yes, it is. You're stealing other people's money. It's simple.
Okay. I'm a Nigerian. You are an American.
Yeah.
See, I do cybercrime to steal from your accounts. So you are sending money to me. I'm eating something that is not from my and it's not from my
sweat. Your habit, yeah.
So you were working, and I'm stealing it. One day, if we meet in another place, and I do not know that is you, but my conscience will tell me that I'm stealing someone's money. How can I, and I'm adapt to that behavior? How can I withdraw from it?
It still goes back to self-discipline and being concerned with yourself. So don't steal other people's money. It's a bad thing to do. Whatever you do, cybercrime, it is stealing. And it's also punishable by the law. So you get punished if you get caught.
But some laws do not do it punishable.
Like, don't give it so hard. No, don't worry. I'll meet you after the session so we can have a conversation.
Good day, everyone. My name is Oleshile Olade. I'm a student from Ekpe Junior Grammar School. My question is, those with disabilities, can they be anything they want to be without support?
Oh, yes. And there's even a law for people with disabilities in Nigeria that they require necessary support. So if somebody that is disadvantaged, we don't even call it disability, disadvantage comes in something called a ramp. I know that they don't have it here, so they can have access on their own. People that cannot see properly, they have braille to type, to write, to speak. They even get employed. It is even important for you to employ them in organizations and provide the necessary tool that will make them to succeed and work very well. So there are provisions for them. But what we need to do as individuals is to support them and actually assist them as well. Assist does not mean give them money. So when you see somebody that is working with a cane, as in with a stick, how do you support the person? Are you patient? Do you show empathy? Person is trying to cross the road. Do you show empathy? Do you show the person that, oh, I can wait my turn, then you go and do it because I know that you are disadvantaged. So we need more care and more love from what you and I for those kind of people. Thank you. You're welcome.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tibroji Soses. I'm representing Army Children Senior High School. My question is, when a student has many skills and acquisition, just like a student know how to play ball, race, can run, can bake, can dance, and also more sort of things. And on a note, when the students do those things at the same time, it affects the brain and also affects the student academic performances. How can the students try to put their academic performances and also bring out one goal as a special one?
Thank you. That's a very brilliant question. So we all have different skills, but some takes priority more than others. So for instance, I can tell you that I like to dance. I dance as a hobby, and I still make money from it as well. I'm still a student because I'm still learning, and I need to pass. I also like to bake because I know that I can still make money from baking. But I now need to prioritize. School is number one. I need to graduate with good grades. So I prioritize my education. Number two, what takes more of my time? Is it the baking or the dancing? Which one do I enjoy more? So baking will not take my time. While I'm baking, I can still study. But I can't study while I'm dancing. So I have to prioritize. I said, okay, let me take baking ahead of dancing. And maybe dancing can come during the weekend when I don't have so much in my hands. So you need to be able to prioritize and see which one will not take much of my time and which one will give me better value and will not affect my education. That's where you need to prioritize those kind of hobbies and your education. Thank you.
When a student has an account, can he or she has a ATM or card?
Oh yes, you need to have, once you are a teenager, you're 13, you have access to a card. But that card is linked to your parents' account as well. So they can see your transactions. So you're not even taking them. Oh yes, because you're still a minor. Until you're 18, that's when you have your card and you'll be independent on your own. Under the Nigerian law, it is not allowed. So until you're 18, at 13, you have a card, but it's been linked to your parents' account so they can see the transactions that you do.
But I was also told that there is a baby's account, which maybe like from 0 to 7 years. That account will be done, will be added with money, but they will not be withdrawn. Can it happen?
Oh yes, they can also withdraw. What if I'm saving my child's school fees inside that 0 to 7 account? So for instance, I said their needs, their wants, and their savings. And I'm just saving maybe like 2,000 naira on a monthly basis. So that when it's time to pay school fees, I can take from that account rather than put it in my own account. So you can take it, you're free to take money.
But in circumstances, the bank, the management of the bank will not allow the person to withdraw the money.
It's not possible.
It is compulsory that you should keep small, but that's exact 7 years before you withdraw the money.
So that's an investment. That's not a savings account. It's an investment account.
Okay. What if an emergency comes up and the person...
Wow. She has lots of questions.
Exactly. If an emergency comes up, you are free to take your money. Nobody will stop you from taking your money as long as you are the legal owner of the money.
But in an experience I have, we are not allowed to withdraw the money.
Something is wrong.
Hello.
You are allowed to take your money. It's not even if you have. So, for instance, as adults, you have something called pensions. Pension is your contribution, your savings contribution from your employers. And something happens. For instance, maybe the person loses his or her job. You're entitled to take part of your money. 25% of the money, you can take it after 3 months. So something like that is compulsory. It's only if an investment and you've earned your interest up front. They say you cannot take your money until that interest portion or interest element is recouped by the investor. So if it's a savings, you're free to take your money anytime.
Okay,
Thank you very much. Lovely. I understand there are questions online. So want to display that. Which job pays the most?
So like I mentioned to the man that wants to become a marine engineer, It's whatever you put into it. So that, like the artist now, he could perform a show and he earns $1 billion. That is it. An AI specialist or a data analyst also earns very well. They could earn up to $1 million doing 3 or 4 jobs remotely in different parts of the world. So it really depends on the sector. But the truth is that people in tech are making a lot of money. So, but you can make money from any job, occupation, or business that you actually run. You can make good money.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, one other question says, if you don't know how to save, how are you going to control it? And before you answer that, I think it ties with a question from a teenager back there. She asked, how do I start making money now with the little savings I have?
You make little money now from savings by actually leaving the money in the account. You earn some interest in that money. And so over time, your interest, there's something called, it starts accumulating. So it grows geometrically. So let me give you an insight, power of compounding. If I put 10,000 naira today, at the end of the month, I get 10,500 naira. What I'm investing the next month is not 10,000 anymore, it's 10,500 naira. This next following month, I get 700. That takes to 11,200. The interest that goes on is 800. That's power of compounding. It keeps increasing. For you to become disciplined with your savings, you need to actually make up your mind and not have access to the money. So you can do investments. So that the young lady was asking me now, that you don't have access to the money to the particular period of time, say 1 year, 3 years, 2 years, and it stays for long. And that's how you make it. So how does the person determine their career? I don't know mine because, yes, when I was much younger, I used to say I want to be a doctor. Then when I got to senior secondary school, I changed to becoming an accountant. When I got to the unit for me to study accounting, I said, no, I don't want to be an accountant anymore. I want to be a business manager. And I studied business administration. Now I'm working. I work in a bank, but I'm not a core banker. I'm a sustainability specialist. So there's so many things that you can do. So that's why I say you need to have an open mind and do not restrict yourself. Make sure you have great skills that you can actually work on. Those lifelong learning, you need to hold on to them. And those are the things that will give you flexibility.
Can you borrow your parents' money? Wow. Wow.
Yes, you can.
Wow.
They've invested in you, so don't say that. You can, once you have enough, support your, that's why it's show support. Support your parents. I want to be a computer operator. How will I achieve my goals? So it starts from the basics as in learning. So a computer operator could be a software engineer, a computer engineer. So start from engineering. Show interest. Know the new things that are going on. Know the people that are leaders in that segment that you can learn from. Read materials around it. Ask questions. And that's how you become a computer engineer. How can you become an independent person you can't become an independent person at a young age. But I know that there are people going to universities at age 15. Not everybody is able to cope and survive at that stage. But you need to have a mentor. You need to have a guardian. You need to have an adult to supervise you, to help you. I don't want you to become an independent, but you can learn a lot more. And actually, you can make money. You can do so many things for yourself. But try to have a guardian, a mentor, people that will see you through life until you're old enough to stand on your own. Thank you.
Okay, why do we do ATM cards? They expire. Wow.
I don't know, maybe why do ATM cards expire?
Okay, maybe.
Because they have a time, it's a lifespan. Most cards expire within 3 to 4 years max. And that's why they have a lifespan, because there are chips inside those cards that are mapped to your account and they're supposed to last for a particular period of time.
Okay, is that all the questions we have online? All right, I know you have a lot of questions, so you can write them down.
Exactly, write them down. I'll respond to all the questions.
Write them down, we get it across to her and you answer the questions. Please, a round of applause for her, please. Thank you so much, madam. Thank you so much, madam. Continue clapping. Haven't you learned so much today?
Thank you.
All right, so because we have learned so much today and today is your day, we have an appreciation from one of you to our lovely mommy.
Ma, thank you very much. May God bless you for the insight that you gave us. And this she really did her best to tell us foresight, hindsight, so we can use it for future use and be a great entrepreneur. And because of that, we should thank her with a big applause.
All right. Lovely. I couldn't have done it better. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And once again, we want to thank Mr. Kazim for making this happen. Please clap for Mr. Kazim and the team. And for those watching online, thank you very much. You can see our social media handles. Please try to follow us, Focus Counseling, on Instagram and YouTube and Twitter. It's Focus Counseling with 1 L. All right. Someone said, sir, what happened? Write down your question and bring it. Don't worry, we'll answer all your questions. Today is your day. I'm just here to guide, okay? All right, so next speaker is not here yet, but while we wait for the next speaker, she said something about future of work. I was expecting someone to ask that question, like, how do I get into things like AI, UX, UI? I know some of us might not have access to those kind of things. So how do we do that? Where do we learn online? Because you mentioned learning online. Myself, I'm a UX UI designer. I'm a web developer. I'm also a product designer. And most of these things I learned online as well. So you can actually work remotely, like she said. So it's not just about being a doctor, being this or that. We can actually do new skills, new tech skills like she mentioned, and there's a lot of opportunities out there, trust me. UX, UI designers are earning a lot. Same for web designers. Do we know what UX and UI are? Wow. This is the question I expected you guys to ask. Have we heard of Udemy before? Oh, you've heard of Udemy. Wonderful. So are you doing a course with Udemy? You are doing a course, please. What course are you doing? I'd like to hear. Take.
Web development course.
It's
From
a lie.
zero to mastery.
Yeah, I know that course. I've seen it.
Andre Niagoy.
Yeah, I know the guy. What? Please, clap for this guy. Give me your mic. What's the name?
Jubilee Jamin.
In fact, I think I'll give you one gift. Maybe I'll give you access to my courses or something. Well done. Please learn new skills. Yes, Udemy. Udemy is a free platform, not necessarily very free, but with a token of 3,000 naira, 4,000 naira, you can learn simple courses like web design, product designer, UX, UI. So while you are in school and doing holiday or your free time, just an hour every day, you can actually use your data and plug in and learn. You also have Coursera. Then the free one you must, in fact, I want all of you, that's your assignment. Google Digital Creative Studios. So have you heard of Google Digital Program before? Wow. Nobody has heard of Google Digital Program. So please, as an assignment, most of you have, I can see some of you on your Android phones. Google Digital Programs. There you can learn free programs, free. So you can tell your mommy, your words that during this holiday, you want to have a Google certification. With that certification, you can go a very long way. So they will teach you how to do social media management, web design, content writing for free. All you need to do is have a Gmail account, log in, and start reading. And if you do well, you get your certification. And the good thing is there's nothing like failing. You can't fail the exams. Like once you fail it, that's the end. You can actually keep repeating and retrying the exams until you pass. Then you get certified and you can actually share it. So please take advantage of things like this. Practically it's free. I'm not paying anything. Just Google Digital Program and you see everything you need. Okay? Are we going to do that? Are we going to do that? All right, clap for yourselves once again. I think while we're waiting for this next speaker, digital team, can you give us like a video for our sponsors? Maybe with a little light music while we wait. Yeah, stand up or something while we wait. Oh! Oh, you want palazzo? Can you imagine? We are not encouraging that here. No. Today is for learning. When you get home, we can do all that, but today is for practical learning and putting to use what you have learned. Okay? Thank you very much. Okay. For those that ask questions, we have free gifts for you. So, you know yourselves now, all those that ask questions, kindly stand up. So your gifts will be passed on to you. Kindly stand up if you ask the question. Yes, those 5 that asked the question. Yes, thank you. Yes, one is upstairs. Yes, we have one upstairs. Please come down, collect your gifts. That's why we say ask questions, be bold, be proud. Today is your day, okay? Thank you. Okay, she's coming down. All right. Yeah. If you know you're a champion, wait. All right. Are you the best generation I ever seen? Are you the best? Are you a king? Are you a queen? Okay. Wait. People are online that see you. Champion. Yes, you're champion. Yes, you're a champion. Believe in yourself. You're a champion. So good. I be finding silver lining where the mother say I need patience and no time, and I be replying by design. I've been grinding for my needs. What to give my nephew, put them diamonds on my leash, shining so dope that I purchased 88 keys for mama to play a song and call my ADHD. With this baby face, why ain't get him rarely hit me? Getting belly eggs level waist deep. Every your kids and I put money in safety. Very impatient, be on time when you pay me. Very invested when they hating what they see. Very your nation, then they call me a star king. Bell rings and then my hands are raised. MG and Brandon Mandalay. All right. Thank you, Mr. DJ. Thank you. So, our next speaker, quickly, I'll run a profile of our next speaker now. He's part of the information, technology, and service industry. We just spoke about tech, and now this person is about tech. Okay? Yes. So, he's part of the information, technology, and service industry. He was the enterprise account manager at Dell Technologies for 10 years, and now the country head, the country lead. He bagged the Bachelor of Technology in Applied Geophysics from FUTA. He is also an alumnus of the Harvard Business School. All right, and his name is Abimbola Owo. All right. He is on transit, but he's going to join us online. Questions, take down questions on your notepad, and he will surely answer them as well. Hopefully, he will join us before that, but he will join us online shortly, very soon. For all those watching online, please feel free to ask your questions, drop them on the comment box, and we will surely answer them as well. Thank you. So, are we ready? Are we ready to be great? Let's start putting to practice what we've learned today, not just learning, but put to practice. I've mentioned Coursera, Udemy, Google certification. And from the last speaker, she mentioned reading books. Only one person has read Rich Dad, Poor Dad. That's a very good book. I also read it when, I think after primary school. That's how old that book is. So, try and get the book. Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and all other amazing books out there to help you develop your skills. Okay? Okay? All right. Are we ready, Mr. Bimbola? Okay, he's coming up now. All right. Thank you, sir.
Hello, good morning, everybody. I don't know if you can hear me. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. Continue, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you to the young ones. As I'm seeing you, I'll appreciate if you can just let me see. I'm seeing the other camera. You can let me see the faces of greatness. Let me see the faces of the future. I am indeed very sorry. Unpredictable traffic. Stuck in traffic, but yeah, I am. I wish I can be there and checking with everybody and chatting with our future of tomorrow. I had the introduction of my person, and I wonder if they're trying to introduce somebody else. But we give thanks to God, we give glory to God for the privilege, for the opportunity He has given us. Yes, I did study applied geophysics when in the university, but today I'm in the tech space. I work for Dell Technologies. I'm being online. I'm not able to extend protocols to my peers in the industry and the chieftains and also the obas seated, but it's really my honor and my privilege to give this due respect as we collaborate and as we meet with our future, because what I see from these young ones is the future of tomorrow. Definitely, it's an opportunity. It's a great privilege. So I'd love to share my presentation, which I'm supposed to have been there physically to do with you, but we're still in the journey, and I'm hoping to join soon. And I will talk quickly about technology. I don't know if I can see the camera so I can get some responses. I don't know how potentially that is possible, so I know I'm being heard and I'm getting the feedback. I really, really wish I could have been there physically to do this, but if I can have the camera also on. So my colleagues and some of my colleagues, I believe they're probably there already. But what I would like to talk to in a simple terms is staying relevant with the advancement in technology. It's actually supposed to be question and answering sections where I hope I can. We have the microphone with the audience. I would like somebody to explain to me what they know about information technology. I mean, before I even go ahead, the best participant today would be getting a Dell laptop. And this, I want to spoil you. I want to ginger you to rest of what it is. So I'm going to be counting on the facilitator, the one who put this together, Mr. Olakazim. I would like you to put your hands together for him. This is really a great one that he's doing. This is a great job. Please, can you put your hands together for him? Thank you. When we met and we had to talk about this, and I heard him, I couldn't but say anything less than this is a vision we need to be part of, and this is a great work in a continent, not just in a nation, in a continent where there is.
Hear what he said? He said he needs someone. You can hear me. You can just have that. He needs someone to explain the meaning of ICT, and the best. You can hear me. Can you hear me, sir? We want to have the question now.
Yes. Who can tell me in the best terms the meaning of information technology?
All right, yes, we want to do that. So, who can tell us? Yes, we want to do that. The best meaning. Tell me the best meaning of information technology. I'm going to take 2 upstairs, 2 downstairs. Number 1. Yes, you. No. Hey, him, you, no. Then number 2, a female. Hadia, oh yeah, come. No. Then downstairs. Someone that has not asked the question before. Someone that has not asked question before. You on blue. That's one. Now I need a young guy. A guy. All right, come up stage, 4 of you. Where are the remaining 2? Let's have that quickly. Hello? All right, so your name, your school, and then the best meaning of information technology. Remember, it's a laptop. Oh. Do you know how much laptop is? 250,000 naira. So, Oya.
Good day, ma. Good day, sir. My name is Azaya Emedianeta. I'm here to present Ogumajere Senior College. What is information tech? What is ICT? ICT can be defined as the information communication technology, as a device of communication transferring from one place to another. Thanks.
Hello. All right, next person.
Good day, everyone. My name is Osage David. I'm from Ogumajere Senior College, and I'm here to define ICT. ICT can be defined as information communication technology. This is a means of improving communication and information through the use of technology. And technology has gone far. And nowadays, we can use phone and for information, we can use phone and for communication, and we can do a lot of things with technology. Thank you.
All right. Next. So you stay here.
Good day, ma. Good day, sir. My name is Ismail Rodia. I am from Alawa Community Junior High School. ICT means information communication technology.
Okay. Go on. Don't feel shy. So what does it, apart from the definition, what does it mean? What is ICT apart from information communications technology? Define it. Like, what's the process of it? All right, next person.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Chukwubina.
Go to the
I'm from Government Technical College. But the meaning of ICT is Information Communication Technology. This means it can access and process data and produce meaningful information.
All right. All right. Sir, I hope you can hear them. So, who did you proud?
Yes. Thank you. I think we have 4 of them who came up. Abi? Hello? I think we have 4 of them who came up. Abi? For the 4 people, you're all winners. You've done very, very well. Very, very well. The definition is very right. You've defined it as information communication technology. Information and communication technology. And I like the guy who said is the making use. I mean, I gave example of the telephone, and the second to the last one is number 2 and number 3 did exceptionally. I mean, they put a very good meaning to it. Information. I mean, it's a simple term. In a simple term, information. I will. I would extend the gifts to 2 people. So number 2 and number 3, I think did very, very well. So you'll be getting 2 laptops. So each one of you will get 1 laptop. Number 2 and number 3. So put your hands together for yourself. Can you hear me? Hello?
Hello? Number 1 was who? Her. Number 2 was him. So number 2, you're one of our winners. Then number 3 was who? Exactly. So he said 2 and 3. I am not the giver of the gift. Mr. Abimbola says number 2 and number 3 are his winners. So,
but let's make it.
Okay.
Let's make it.
Said, media team, can you show the faces? So that yes, can 4 of you come up here again? No, they said they want him to see everybody. Okay, you are out already. All right, please. Come on stage. Come on stage so he can see you. So, Mr. Abimbola, please let us know the second winner.
Okay.
We already have him sorted. So among these 3,
my moderator.
Face. All right. So among these 3, who is the second winner, please?
Can we do it this way?
Yes. Face.
Can we do it this way?
Right. So among these 3, who is the second winner, please?
Let me extend the question. And can I ask among them, what do they want to do? Who among them wants to go into ICT in the future? Who among them wants to?
Wants to what? I didn't get that, please.
Yeah. Who wants to work as in the information technology? Who wants to be an information technology expert?
Who wants to be an information communication expert? Okay. I like the honesty. Hello. She doesn't want to be. So I think we will have the 2 of you. All right. So you can go back to your seats. Thank you very much. So Two of you come here, you want to be experts in information communication technology. So we face the camera. So we now have these two left. So any more questions for them? Two left. So any more questions for them?
No questions for them. They won the laptop, so we'll be mentoring them into preparing them into ICT, and we'll be helping out, and details will be shared with Mr. Lakazim. So he needs to get the details of the pupils, and we will see how far we can go with them. And as much as they're willing and they want to do, we'll be supporting them. So that's just to start. So put your hands together for them, and they will definitely will get their details. They'll
I
get
understand you
the
clearly, sir. These three students are going to have access to mentoring and also have, and as far as they are willing to go, the program will keep supporting them, right?
Absolutely, you're correct.
These three students are going to have access to mentoring and also have, and as far as they are willing to go, the program will keep supporting them.
You're very correct. Very, very correct.
We'll take down with three details. Hey, sit down, three of them. So we'll get your details. You can continue with your session, sir. Oh, he has left. Okay. All right. Is he coming back? Let's try and see if we can get him back to continue the session. Please pardon us, is the network. He's in transit and the network is kind of fluctuating. Is understandable. But congratulations again to the three guys. Please clap for them. Clap for them. It's not easy. So they have a laptop each and they'll get mentoring in information communications technology for free. So it's like for the three of you how far you can go. So please do us proud and do well. Okay? All right. Before our speaker comes back on, who can give an example of information communications technology? Example, not definition. A telephone, okay. You have won something already now. Oh yeah. Social media, okay. Can you pass the mic to them? Just
A GSM phone.
a GSM phone, okay.
An FM radio.
Radio, all right. Give
Mass media.
mass media. Interesting. Okay.
A satellite.
A satellite. Okay. Pass to the back to Precious. God's grace. Yeah, sorry.
A system.
A system. What do you mean by a system? Computer system. Okay, computer system. Okay. You can give to the guy at the back.
A television.
A television. Great answers. Mr. Abimbola, if you can hear me, you can continue with your session.
Yeah, I can hear you, and you're doing a very good job. It's I think the infrastructure is not very helpful.
Okay. We'll try to get him back online. But with all this example, how do we now become experts in this field? Anybody has an idea? Who has the mic? No, you've answered. You can pass it on to him. So how do we become experts in information communications technology? In these many examples you have given, how do you become an expert in each of them?
By going into technology, by going into knowing about technologies.
Okay, how do we do that?
By learning about it.
Okay, learning about it. Okay, another person?
You can also study technology at school.
Okay, interesting.
By knowing something about everything about it, and by knowing everything about something.
Wow, I like that answer. By knowing something about it and by knowing something about everything. Interesting.
By having potentials in it.
Potentials in it. Okay, like our first speaker said.
Talent.
Talent. Okay.
By practicing it.
How do you practice?
By Googling, just going for more.
Online, Abi?
Yes.
Beautiful. Google is your friend. Just Google how to make telephone. You see it online. Anything you Google, you will see. Okay, keep passing the mic.
By studying all about technology.
All right. Okay. I want to hear from who wants to be an information communication expert. Do we know what it takes to be that? Most of us are already in secondary school. So what combination do you need to do that in the university?
You must be able to bring out time.
Okay, time.
And then know what you are doing at that particular period of time. With the acquisition about computer and any other thing.
Okay.
Involve computer system.
Okay, that's have focus on what you're doing. Very great. But now, how do you venture into that since you're already in secondary school? Because if you want to, someone said you want to study technology in the university, so how do you now get to that stage? Because most of us don't have counseling.
By going for mentorship.
Beautiful, that's the word, mentorship and counseling. Because you need to know the right course to read. It affected most of our elderly ones, including me. You know, most of us probably were reading something like, we're in science class in secondary school. We're studying sciences. And then after secondary school, we decided we had a passion for media and mass communication. And then when we want to enter university, they were asking us for geography and literature in our job and biology. So that way we couldn't enter the university. So that's what mentorship and counseling does to you. So please, if you have any passion for any creative course, take advantage of your counselors in school, meet mentors to ask you, to guide you on the courses to take and how to combine your courses now so that it doesn't become an issue after school, after secondary school, so you can easily advance in the courses you want to do. Okay?
By having great determination.
Great determination. Beautiful. All right. All right. Mrs. Fadike wants to come on stage now. Please, let's give her a round of applause.
Okay, if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, and you really want to show it, if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Good. So, you remember my name? What's my name? Good. Being an asset? No, being young. Because I haven't heard that all morning. Being young. Being young. Being young. Okay, so briefly, I want to talk to you about the opportunities in the power sector. How many people know about the power sector in Nigeria? What can you tell me about the power sector? Because I work in the power sector and I work in a company called Ikeja Electric. What did I call it? I can't hear you. Okay, I want the people here to say it. I'm looking for the loudest. A round of applause for the guys upstairs. That wasn't a clap. So I need your energy to be very high up. So when I talk about the power sector, there's something called the energy value chain. What did I call it? I can't hear you. So is there anyone that knows anything about the energy value chain in Nigeria? Anybody? Who knows anything about the power sector? Good. Please, can someone help me pass the mic? So just tell me your name, your school, and then what you know.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Feiji Melkwempa. I'm from Alaro Senior High School. Power sector is anything that's relating to production or marketing. Thank you.
Thank you. So power sector in the area of the energy value chain. I'm talking about the energy sector. So you are correct to talk about power, right? But I need someone to tell me about the energy value chain. And I also want a mic upstairs because I want people upstairs to speak. Rafa, please come and get a mic from downstairs. I need people upstairs too to speak.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Jubilee Jamin. I am from Kobuna Junior Secondary Grammar School.
I'll call you JJ.
Okay, yes.
Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Good.
And the power sector is like what generates energy for Nigeria. And mostly the dam usually generates the energy. Like the Kanji Dam, which is the main center of electricity for Nigeria. That is the amount of water that hits that Kanji Dam. Then moves the speed of the water is what generates our light, our electricity.
A round of applause for him. So he has a very good idea of what we're talking about. Winner, how come you want to answer this question again? How come? Okay, please, Uncle Raphael, please give her the microphone.
She's a winner.
Honestly.
Thank you. Thank you. It's about the transmission of electricity.
Okay.
It's about just about the transmission of electricity.
Transmission.
Of electricity, like the Power Holding Company of Nigeria, PHCN. Yes,
You know
like that.
PHCN?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. I'm impressed because PHCN was scrapped in 2013. So I'm surprised that, how old are you? She must have been 2 then. So I'm surprised that she knows about PHCN. Okay, so who wants to help again? They are correct. They are correct. So I'm going somewhere. Who wants to? Yes, please. And then we'll get someone from up there.
Power supply can be divided. My name is Orukwa Israel. I am from Alaro Community Junior High School. Power supply can be divided as the act of generating electricity from water, from the water dam.
Water dam. Thank you so much. A round of applause for him. Okay, so we want someone from up there.
My name is Damola Emmanuel. I'm representing Additional Junior Grammar School.
Okay.
Power supply is the transmission of energy, electricity from one place to another.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for him.
My name is Nubi John. I am representing Additional Junior Grammar School. Power selector is the transmitting of electricity from water, which is known as hydroelectricity.
Oh, thank you so much. A round of applause for him too. So let's stop there. Let's stop there. So let me just try to enlighten you because I think you have just the basic knowledge. So when you talk about the energy value chain, you start from the generation, which is what some of you have talked about, generation. From there, you go to transmission, and from there, you go to distribution. Do we understand? It goes from where? To fantastic. So those are the 3 arms of the energy value chain. So that was what I was waiting to hear. Now, the generation. Electricity is generated from different sources. Water is just one of those sources. Okay? So what other sources do we know? You? Wind. A round of applause for him. I don't like that clap. That wasn't nice. Good. You. From coal. A round of applause for him. Okay, you. Biogas, a round of applause. Okay, let me hear you. From the sun, solar, a round of applause for her. So there are so many sources. So there's so many sources where, electricity can be generated from. In Nigeria, which ones do we use in Nigeria? Water, solar, gas, and yes, Kandi Dam is water. Kandi Dam is water. The dam is just, if you have water here, you put some kind of barrier so that there's a control over how the water flows, right? So in Nigeria, we use gas, I think we used to use coal, we have solar. Wind is not so popular. Somebody said oil. The body, human body, right? Yes. Your body too can generate, but we've not started using them. I'm talking about the ones that we use in Nigeria, okay? So there are different ways by which we generate electricity. And then, so that's talking about generation, right? So we come to transmission. In Nigeria, we have, okay, so let me start from that NEPA before going to PATN. So there was a company called Nigeria Electricity Power Authority, Nigeria Electricity Power Authority, NEPA, right? A lot of people hear NEPA. Good. So that company used to be one before, and then it was broken down by the Power Sector Reform Act of 2005. It was broken down into 18 companies. So you understand why I'm telling you this. And if you are able to listen and then answer my questions correctly, you will get a gift, right? You get a gift, right? Good. So that NEPA was broken into 18 companies. So there are 6 generation companies, 1 transmission company, and 11 distribution companies. How many generation companies do we have? Transmission, distribution. Good. So with the 18 companies, I will try to explain to you what transmission is. So when generation is done with whatever they're doing, that electricity is transmitted, sold to the distribution companies through the transmission company. The transmission company has lines that will carry that electricity from the generation station down through transmission to the distribution station. So if you look at a typical distribution station, does anybody know some of the distribution companies that we have? Anybody? How many did I say that we have? How many did I say? So can anybody mention anyone? Want to try? Please clap for him. Please clap for him. Good. There's Ikeja Electric. Any other one? Okay. Nope. So that NEPA that used to be in existence became Power Holding Company of Nigeria. Okay? And then in 2013, the Power Holding Company was privatized. That is, private people, business owners were invited to come and invest in the power sector. So the different 11 distribution companies were acquired by private investors. So some of the distribution companies we have Ibadan, okay? We have Ibadan Electricity Distribution Company. We have Jos Electricity Distribution Company. We have Benin. We have Eco Electricity Distribution Company. So there are 11. There are so many of them. Now, from that 2013 November 1st, those companies, those 11 companies became private companies. They were no longer government-owned companies. Am I making sense? So I'm going to ask you questions. So we have 6, 1, 11. You remember? 6, 1, 11. Say that. Again. So now, as at today, All the distribution companies are privatized. The generation is privatized. Only the transmission is government owned. Only the transmission is what? So for you that are here today and those that are watching online, there's so many career opportunities in the distribution, in the generation, and in the transmission. You can be an administrator, you can be a marketer, you can be an engineer, you can be there's so many roles, there's so many job descriptions. It's just that I'm trying to see what you will understand. So, for example, in the distribution company, how many people know what a transformer is? How many people have seen what a transformer is? So the distribution companies manage transformers. They are the owners of those transformers you see everywhere. How many people know electricity meters? Meters. Do you have meters in your house? But the transformers are not in your house, no? So the meters too are managed by those distribution companies. So what I told you before was that electricity was generated in the generation companies. They pass through transmission. And when they get to distribution, the injection substation, the electricity goes from there to your transformers. So they go from your transformers into your meters and into your homes. Does that sound simple enough? So from generation to transmission to distribution, once it enters the distribution network, it goes to your transformer. From transformers, it goes to your meters and then into your houses. Now, do you understand that? That is why anytime you see a transformer, you know that a transformer is not a toy, right? A transformer is something to be avoided because it carries electricity. There are some towers you see, they're so high up there. You know what telecommunication masts look like? Those slim telecommunication masts. So the towers that are used by the transmission companies, they are very huge. They're very, very high, and they carry very, very high current. They carry 133,000 volts of electricity. From there, they go into the distribution network where it is stepped down to 33,000, and from there to 11,000 before coming into your transformer and into your homes. You know that even at home, when you touch your socket sometimes, it gives us some electric shock, right? And you know what it feels like. It's not pleasant. So that tells you that anything electricity is not for play. Even if you have to touch anything electrical, you're supposed to wear insulators. What do I call them? How many people know what an insulator is? Okay. Where's the microphone? Okay. So I would like her to speak. Hold on, you get the microphone so that others can hear you.
Gloves.
Gloves, right? A round of applause for her. So I want someone to define what an insulator is. Insulator. Up, okay. Let's go this way. What's an insulator? What's your name and your school?
My name is Olumide Eze. I'm from Technical College School.
Technical College?
Yes.
Okay.
An insulator is a thing that we wear that keep off.
We can't hear you. Please use the mic well.
Insulator is a thing that we wear that keep out from electric.
Okay, clap for him. Clap for him, please. He has an idea. I want somebody else to. There's somebody in front here. Hold on. So tell us your name. The lady at the extreme. Yes. Tell us your name and your school.
My name is Yakub Faidat from Odobasino High School.
Okay.
An insulator is a device that does not allow the passage of electric current.
Please give her a good round of applause. That is simply what an insulator is. An insulator is something that does not allow electricity to pass through. So if you look at my shoes, you can see that underneath my shoes, the underneath of my shoe, my sole is rubber. So rubber is an example of an insulator. Okay? So for you to touch electricity or work with electricity, the first thing is that you have to be competent to handle electricity. So if you have any issues with electricity, you need to contact a who? Who? Electrician. An electrician is someone who is knowledgeable about electricity. So if you are handling electricity in your home, ensure that you wear an insulator. What did I say? What did I say? Very, very, very important. You must have seen people who have received electric shock, right? It is because they do not have any insulator, and possibly they've also come in contact with water. You know, water is a good conductor of electricity. Are you aware? So anytime you want to go near electricity, ensure that you do not have wet hands or wet feet. And make sure you're wearing properly insulated shoes. Okay? Properly insulated shoes. So, where are we? What did I say last? Properly insulated shoes. So by the time you are touching the electricity, you are not conducting electricity. Also, there's something we call electrocushion. What do I call it? You know there's a difference between electrocushion and electric shock. Okay? So electric shock is just probably you touch an electric appliance and you just receive some zzz, you know that kind of thing? And you say, and you say, mommy, the kettle just gave me a shock. That's just a shock. It's just electricity passing through you. But if it is an electrocushion leads to death. Do we know that electricity kills? Electricity kills. So when you see people working in my office, in my sector, there are so many things that we do before we work on the transformer, for example. So before we work on a transformer, we ensure that we take something we call outage. That means we tell the man at the injection substation, the staff that is there, to please switch off electricity while we work. Do you understand? Is everybody with me? Good. So switch off electricity while we work. So there's something called vandalism. There are people who do not know anything about electricity, but they go into the transformers because they want to steal cables. How many people have their transformers out and they tell you, oh, they've stolen the cable? Good. Those are people we call vandals. Vandals commit a criminal crime called vandalism. What did I call it? What did I call it? Who commits vandalism? Who commits vandalism? Good, clap for yourselves. So, those vandals merely go to the transformer just because they want to steal cables. For example, if you see any Ikeja Electric staff, you see them wearing what you call a PPE, a personal protective equipment. What did I call it? Because when you look at hazards, for example, hazard is anything that has the potential to cause harm, anything dangerous. Anything dangerous that can cause injury is called a hazard. So now, if you need to take out the hazard, let's say you want to ensure that this thing I want to do, for example, you want to touch your electric kettle. Before you touch the electric kettle, is it supposed to be on or off? Good. So what you have done is to remove the hazard from what you want to do. You switch it off, so then you can touch that electric kettle. Probably you put it on or put it off, or carry the kettle, turn out the water that is inside it. So it's very important to always take precautionary measures. That is, be safe whenever you want to handle electricity. So for us, we always ensure that we take this outage before going to work on the transformer. Now, for those who are stealing the cables, who are called, they are called, you see, I'm checking that you are attentive. So the vandals don't take any precautionary measures. They just go into the transformer. Sometimes they think that the transformer is off. But because it is an electrical equipment, it still has remnants of electricity. So you have to be careful. Anytime you see a transformer, you do not go near it. Okay? So the vandals go near it, tamper with it, and in the course of touching it, they receive electrocution. If you receive electric shock, it can just happen and then, you run back and say, I don't want to touch it. But if you mistakenly receive an electric shock, that electricity will go in through probably the hands and come out through another part of the body. And while it is traveling, it is damaging your organs. It is damaging parts of your body. So it is important that you avoid electricity at all costs. So as I close now, I'm just going to tell you some of the job opportunities that are available in the power sector. So, for example, a company like Ikeja Electric, we have different departments. We have administration, we have human resources, we have communication, we have legal, we have the engineering. So whatever course you study in school, you're welcome to come and work at Ikeja Electric. So once again, I'm wishing you the very best. Okay? Can you hear me? I'm wishing you the very best. How many people would like to come to the electricity sector, the energy value chain? How many people? Okay. I am in the electricity sector and I work in the communications department. I'm a member of the corporate communications team. And all we do is just to enlighten people about what the sector is about. Okay? And then we communicate the things we are doing to our customers. We take feedback from our customers. So you can actually come and work. I don't touch electricity, by the way. So thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you very much, Mark. Round of applause for her. All right. We've all done well by listening. We have our next speaker already in the house, Miss Stella Drew. Round of applause for her, please. But before she comes on stage, we are going to have a break, 15 minutes break. Go stretch out, relax, and we'll come back for the next 15 minutes. Don't let everything escape. All right, so be seated, be seated, be seated. You can just, stand up, stretch, then sit back. Okay, there's a snacks. They're going to give you snacks, so sit down. If you don't sit down, no snacks.
Please sit down. Please sit down. Please sit down. Everybody sit down.
If you don't sit down, you're not getting snacks.
Being young, being young, being young, being young. As you're saying it, I need everybody to sit down. Everybody sit down. Being young. If you're standing up, please don't answer me. Being young. Being young. Being young. Being young. There are people that are still roaming around. If you leave your seat, the refreshments might not get to you. So you need to be on your seat. Everybody sit down. Thank you very much.
All right, media team, you have maybe light music and our sponsors slide while we wait for the next 15 minutes. Okay?
confused. I'm special, yes I am a star. Infinite potentials, I'll be what I can be. I have a voice and I will always speak the truth because made a choice instead I can take the world. I'm a child, I live today. I take responsibility for whatever I do. I have a voice and I will always speak the truth. Made a choice instead I can take the world. I'm a child, I live today. I take responsibility for whatever I do. I am bold, yes, I'm strong and wise. I am intelligent, I'm fearless like so I know my worth, I think before I act. I'm joyful and peaceful, I stand up for my right. I have a voice and I will always be true. I made a choice and stand up and take the world. I'm a child, I live today. I take responsibility for whatever I do. I show up, I stand out. I have a future, the future is in me. I show up, I stand out. I have a future, the future is in me. I have a voice, and I will always make the choice to stand up and take the world. I'm a child, I live today. I take responsibility for whatever I do.
I'm a child, I'm confident, I'm prominent. You can't abuse me. I said it last time, I'll say it again. Moving up because the days to changing my nation, it starts today. They say we are leaders tomorrow, I tell them we're close, we are leaders today. Yeah, how you say, no rest taking up your room every day. AC, try not to fail. No rest and stress that we do anyway. The things we tell we pick up the place, but we got to try hard and resilient to stay there. We do wrong, we take the prize. We do right, we take the prize. Give me shout out, we are proud to be child.
I have a voice and I will always be true. Made a choice and stand up and take the world. I'm a child, I live today. I take responsibility for whatever I do. The future is in me. Oh, the future is in me. I have a voice and I will always.
To be the best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, oh I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champions, for the champions. Stand Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just like that's how it is. Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me to stand up. For the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champions, for the champions, stand up. For the champions, for the champions, stand up. Stand up, stand up. For the champions, stand up. to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself up. Stand up. Some champions, stand up, stand up. Some champions, stand up. Stand up, stand up, for the champions, 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 stand up. Don't sleep, wake up. Collect your money, speak, wake up. Collect your money, wake up. Get up, go get the moolah. Wake up, only to gala. Don't walk, don't try. You supposed to do try. Kill up, come become person, my town, person with a man. When I land softly on the sofa, so far so good. Only by Joe, let me see you. Let me see you. Let me see you. Let me see you.
Dreams. I'm a child, wants to be a child, but to be free. Love to smile every day of my life. And I wish I could go far in life without stress.
Listen to the wishes of your heart, because
My back is always there, saying yes to your needs.
Sky Bank. To be the best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, oh, I believe. I know I can count on me, so stand up. Used to think that I could not go on, and life was nothing but an awful song. But now I know the meaning of true love. I'm leaning on the everlasting arms. If I can see it, then I can do it. If I just believe it, nothing to it. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. I think about it every night and day. Spread my wings and fly away. I believe I can soar. See me running through that open door. I believe I can fly. I believe I can fly. I believe I can fly. See, I was on the verge of breaking down. Sometimes silence can seem so loud. There are miracles in life I must achieve. But first I know it starts inside of me. Oh, if I can see it, then I can be it. If I just believe it, there's nothing to it. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. Think about it every night. Spread my wings and fly away. I believe I can soar. I see me running through that open door. I believe I can fly. I believe I can fly. I believe I can fly. Cause I believe in you. If I can see it, then I can do it. If I just believe it, there's nothing to it. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. I think about it every night and day. Spread my wings and fly away. I believe I can soar. I see me running through that open door. I believe I can fly. I can fly. I believe I can fly. I believe I can fly. I can if I just spread my wings. I can fly. I can fly. I can fly. I can fly. Hey, if I just spread my wings. I can Pause.
Children are future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us how we used to be. Everybody searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone who fulfilled my needs. A lonely place to be. And so I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadows. If I fail, if I succeed, at least I live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity. Because of greatness, love is happening to me. I found the greatest love all inside of me. The greatest love of all. It's easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself. It is the greatest love of all. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us how we used to be. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadows. If I fail, if I succeed, at least I live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity. Because of greatness, is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all. It's easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. And if by chance that special place that you've been dreaming of leads you to a lonely place, find your strength in love.
I've been staring at the coastline, thinking of every choice I've made to leave me here right now, standing on solid ground. I've been hiding in the shadows, wondering if I'm on the right road, someplace I've never been. Is this how it all begins? Oh, 'cause I've got my best suit on and I'm ready. I got my sleeves rolled up and I'll be on my way. While my heart's stomping, boom, 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 you're gonna see me For every valley there's a mountain. For every answer there's a new question. Is it worth all this? Pushing myself to the edge. 'Cause we're all looking for a reason. Find a shelter from the storm within. Just keep your eyes ahead and dust yourself off again. Oh, 'cause I've got my best suit on and I'm ready. I've got my sleeves rolled up and I'll be on my way. While my heart's stomping, boom, 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 you're gonna see me ride. Yeah. Are we ready for the next session? Are we ready? I can hear you. All right, if you are ready, please let's come inside. Someone just came into the building. Can we guess who? Who? Wow. I can't hear you. Who? Wow, superstar. Okay, we have Mr. Abimbola Owoye in the house. A round of applause. Thank you, sir, for joining us despite the traffic, despite everything, your busy schedules. We really appreciate you still making it down here. And if you're ready, we are ready for you. Please come on stage and inspire us. Please, a round of applause for him. Continue clapping. He's one that gave out 3 laptops, so continue clapping. Maybe someone who claps louder will get a laptop. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the applause. I first would like to apologize, for coming this late. But when I see the faces, I see hope. I see a future where we can predict traffic, we can predict our lives, we can predict many things. There are things we shouldn't be praying for in Nigeria. For example, we shouldn't be praying for good road. Anything human brains can fix, can do, we shouldn't be praying for it. We shouldn't be praying for electricity. We shouldn't be praying for things to work. The essence of life and the creativity that God has given every individual, if you can imagine the power of the mind. And more than anything today, I would like to speak to your heart and speak to your mind. I asked that they play that song by Callum Scott. Who knows Callum Scott here? Okay, Callum Scott is a young man who knows Americans Got Talent. You watch Americans Got Talent. Beautiful. So Callum Scott, I think, is a winner of one of the years of American Got Talent and Got Talent. His sister was a better musician. Sister went upstage before him and sang in the qualifying process. And the sister didn't scale through. In Simon and the crew, she didn't get 4 yeses. But Callum, the junior brother, came upstage afterwards and sang very beautifully. So I've been inspiring myself with that music. I would rise. I will rise. Who's going to rise here today? Look, thank you. Put your hands down. Put your hands together for yourself. If there's anything I would like you to leave here with today, because time is already gone, I'm not going to be taking too much of your time. I had a slide that is prepared, but beyond the slides, I've been following the program since yesterday. If you stop here, hear me well. Pay attention, please. Who is going to be talking when I'm talking? If this program ends here, the organizers, they've done a great job. The facilitators have done wonderfully well. The speakers, I heard yesterday the speaker who gave the illustration of the football. It came with 2 footballs. One was what? Thank you. And he did the bouncing on the 2. The deflated one didn't bounce. The one that was pumped kept bouncing. And he talked about the content. You see, an inscription says, study to show thyself approved, a workman that needs not to be ashamed. At this stage of your life, you're picking up things, you're picking up ideas, you're picking up skills, you're picking up everything potentially possible. You're asking questions from your parents, you're asking from your mom, you're asking from your dad, from uncles, from aunties like us who come to speak to you, from the internet, from your teachers in school, from the environment, from the government, from the media, from everywhere. But one thing I would like you to fill your lives with that is going to take you all through. Beyond the skills, IT is skill. Information and communication technology is just a skill that takes you to an end. Economically, viably, gives you viability in life. And some find fulfillment in it. And some do it for economic reasons, for financial gains. But one major thing that you must go with, you must fill yourself with, is character. What did I say? You must fill your lives, you must fill yourself with character. You must hold on to it. Your character defines you. Your character gives you what? Sustains you. Skills you will learn, unlearn, relearn at different times. Skills you can always acquire once you have the will. But your character defines you. Can somebody tell me what's test of character? What's test of your character? I mean, one of the things you would define as your character, things that defines you, what people will see you and say, this is this person. What's your name? Sorry? Augustine. Gustine. So, your behavior, yes, your behavior is still a general statement. Yes, but yes, your behavior may be good or bad, but your behavior defines you, true. But there are things, the components.
Your actions.
Actions, still general statement, but specific. The lady in green.
Your attitude.
Attitude, you're correct. But
the acts of honesty.
Thank you. One, act of honesty. Wait, before we go on.
One's modesty.
Sorry?
One's modesty.
Modesty, attribute, yeah. Truthful, being truthful. Being polite. And the last person, integrity. So let's stop at that. Why I say let's stop at that is this, so we can save some time. Some have said the key words I would like to emphasize on. You need to be true. You need to be honest. You need to have integrity. You need to be polite. And more importantly, you need to be kind. Kind. You must be kind. Some in this attribute call it, you must love your neighbor. So when you love your neighbor as yourself, you will be kind to your neighbor. These are things that are really missing in our society today. Why we have bad roads, why we have almost a failed environment, why everything is failing, and and it's changing the ethos in the society. Beyond every other thing that you heard or you're going to hear and you're going to take on from here, my brothers, my sisters, please, your character is very important. If you want to go far in life, what do they say? When you want to go fast, you go alone. But you want to go far, you carry people along. The only way you can carry people along is by attracting the right set of people. And what attracts the right set of people is your character. Your character is a true test of your honesty, being a person of integrity, and you are truthful. They say little lie here, little lie. At the end of the day, you don't stop at little lies. It defeats your personality and destroys you. You may have good skills. You may be the best in whatever endeavor you choose to, but your character is what sustains you. Look, when I did a training, and it's everywhere, it's global space. Everybody wants people with good character. Because with good character, you can train them. You can always train people with good character. Good character would always take you high, will sustain you. A person of integrity, you want somebody to say yes, and the yes is yes. When somebody says good afternoon, You don't want to go out and find out it's night. You want to know that you should be known for someone of integrity, someone of good character. That said, I'm just emphasizing, extending what the speaker yesterday talked about with the ball. You need to build yourself, build your life, pump up yourself with integrity, with character. And I trust that you have a good height to get to, and God will take you there by His grace. So, coming to information technology, I've decided not to do my slides because I don't want to hold you up. So, I would like to see the guys who won the laptops. The two guys, or how many people? Three guys. Okay, if you
You know yourselves now, come out. Yeah, you. The other guys. Yeah, you and blue, right? You don't know yourselves again. I will collect the laptop. Oh. Okay, that's, yeah, the second person. The third person, where are you? Okay, I've heard.
So we have two more people outside of the three people that are going to be getting laptops.
He said there are two people. He did not say raise up your hand.
I didn't say raise up your hand. The important thing, it's not just about the gift of the laptop. It's about, in 10 years' time, we want to be able to point to those people and be proud that indeed we're part of the goodness. Yesterday, the speaker gave laptop to somebody, a lady won the laptop yesterday. Winner man, I believe you're going places, and indeed, well, you already have a laptop, so we will be taking our one as part of the people. What do you want to be in future? Computer engineers. So please enlist please, all the way, man, all the way. It's the point is, I wish I can turn back the hand of time and restart my life. Honestly, I was just saying to my new friend now here that I wish I had coaches that helped me and to navigate life. Life would have been simpler. Things would have been easier. So let's put our hands together for Mr. Olakazim for this great job he's doing. And this is why we're partnering with him. We're all the way, myself and my colleagues at Dell and the organization Dell is supporting this initiative to ensure that we help you to navigate life easier. For example, we are a technology company, and as a technology company, we may be limited in horizon because some wants to be footballers. But one thing you should know, to you who want to be footballers, there will be IT consumers, people who consume technology. But there are the technology manufacturers, the people who found and create technology for the use of other profession. My friend in legal profession, at least they use a computer. You need to be able to use a computer. In the next 5 years, I'm not sure, even farming, you will need to use technology to enhance your productivity. So there is almost nothing in the near future you want to do that you won't need technology. So the information and communication technology has spanned beyond just information, has spanned beyond just communication. It's gone into life sciences, it's gone into manufacturing, it's gone into climate, I mean, gone into every sphere of life. I'm sure you must have heard of the robots that doing surgery already. I mean, doing robotics. So that's the future. And this future, you need to embrace it in order to remain relevant. Imagine the telephone. When I was growing up, the whole country had just about 500,000 phone lines in Nigeria. My growing up, even up to 2001. Yeah, even up to 2001, we had only 500,000 telephone lines in the whole country. But today, from NCC, the report says we have about 140 or 150 million telephone lines. I'm sure many of you here have your GSM, you have your phone lines. Am I correct? Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. You will get there. Gradually, you will get there. Phones have become what has become like pure water, where almost everybody will have access to phone in order to be able to communicate, but beyond phones these days, people are able, like the lady from Wema Bank had said, you are able to do everything through an app. Your banking services, your lifestyle, your daily routines, your mentorship programs, your assignments, your religious activities, everything about life, it's enhanced by the use of technology. So I want to prep your mind. You must open your mind. You must be ready to adopt technology. Technology, not just technology in terms of, I'm talking about ICT. I'm talking about computers, the use of computer. The least you should be able to do. What other sessions, maybe putting together. I'm sure in your schools you probably have computer labs. Because I know 3 or 4 of you very well. Okay. Well, but everything she talks about, I'm sure she learned it somehow. If you don't have computer, you can have access to paper, to media, where you read. And that willingness, because I'm struggling to find the spots to catch you in. But the point is, when there's a will, there's a way. There's a will, there's a way. You may not have what is the inherent desire in your heart. The first thing is keeping hope alive. Are you hopeful? Are you anticipating a better and a greater tomorrow as individuals? What are you aspiring? And I'm happy yesterday when somebody were talking about who do you want to be like, and somebody was saying you need to put a person's picture next to yourself, and all those things are the building blocks that you need to do. Look, your parents, hear me everybody. Your parents may send you to school. Your parents will do their best. Oh, yeah, I agree with you. Yes. Your parents would send you to school, would do their best. You may even feel their best is not good enough. You may even think you may not even be too much appreciative of what they are doing. You may think, oh, you may be seeing your neighbor who is getting better life, or your friend who is getting better experience, who have better opportunities, who seem to be having privileges in life. But I tell you one thing, life is a leveler. When I was going to school, when I was growing up, there are people who had better life than me. And there will always be. There are people who have lower life standard than we did. It will always happen. But the hope of you looking inward, looking at yourself and saying, this life, I'm going to make the best out of it. Who here is agreeing with me that this life, I'm going to make the best out of it? I'm not saying you should be like another person, but be the best of you. And you have all that it's required. You have all that it takes inherent in you. The gift God has given you is your mind. Do not underuse your mind. Open your mind. Flog it. There's a buzzword going out in the world today. Don't join them in saying overthinking. People are saying you overthink this, you overthink that. As long as you draw the line and don't let your thinking turn to worrying, there's nothing like overthinking. Albert Einstein. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm going to come to them. People are talking about overthinking. Albert Einstein, if he wasn't focused and consistently thinking and overthinking on the discoveries, he would never have gotten it. I don't believe anybody overthinks. As long as you don't cross it into worrying, don't join the bandwagon. Your mind can be stretched, and if you keep it docile, it will just be there. When you focus on things, focus on your life, focus on yourself, prayerfully, intuitively, in-depthly, be thinking of how you will be better than yesterday, who you were yesterday. The greatest competition you have in life is you. The best of you is yet to come. And the only way to come is when you look inward, when you dig inward, when you dig deep into your heart and reflect, how can I be better? Every day, every step of the way. You want to do information technology, you want to be a computer scientist, you want to be a footballer. How can I be better than what I used to be? That's the way to go. That's the future you can only anticipate for. That's the greatness you are hungry for. I'm short of words to address the audience in terms of information technology today. But one thing I will say to you, the materials are everywhere. If you go on YouTube and just even type, how can I be a computer scientist? You have enough content that you can study, that you can look, and look through, and that is more than enough to educate you, to keep you busy. Look, I'm so amazed at what the young lady, the way she's responded to to questions, the way she gave answers. Look, and I want you all to see as a challenge. You need to study to show yourself approved. You need to equip yourself. They may take you to school. Doesn't mean you are getting educated. They may pay for your school fees. If you don't do what you need to do and participate as an individual and dig inward to unearth the gifts and the talents that are within you, you are not doing yourself the right justice. You're not doing yourself well. So it's you cooperating with every other one, every other people trying to contribute to your life, every other person trying to say this, trying to encourage you. Its primary responsibility is you. Is you. When they say arise, who is going to rise. It's you who is going to rise. You must rise from your inside, keeping hope alive, keeping your strength within, and enhancing the resources that you have, taking opportunities and making sure you leave no stone unturned in your life. And I know that the purpose for which you are alive will be fulfilled by the grace of God. Definitely.
Amen.
So we wanted to the online participants to also take advantage of.
Yeah, the centers, they are right there. So you can engage them, they can hear you.
Okay. Somebody seems to be putting up their hand there. Who there? Can you hear me?
If you can hear him, wave your hands. Engage them, they can hear you.
Can you hear me? Wave your hand if you can hear me. I think they're in a different session. Yeah, I think we. We want to be deliberate about it. We want to monitor them and we put them on the track they want to.
Okay.
There are many tracks for you to go into information technology. You may come from the networking perspective. You may come from the software angle. You may come from the infrastructure angle, or you come from software, hardware, from the hardware angle, operating systems and things like that. I don't want to talk over their head because that's a bit technical. But if I'm hearing that people are already coding. Somebody yesterday said he was already coding.
Yeah, so we have 3 centers. So what we'll do, with the help of Mr. Kazim and the media team and volunteers in these centers, so since we have another 5 slots, so we share it among these other centers, maybe 2 each.
We'll increase the laptops to 10.
Okay.
So we have 3 from this center.
Okay, yeah, we have 3 from these centers, yes.
Yeah, we have 3 other centers.
Yeah, we have 3 other centers, yes. No, like 10 is fine. Okay.
Please, at the end of the day, what we would like to do from this session is have these people, and if it's possible, as many people that wants to, we will give 10 laptops, but coaching and mentoring and supporting them. For example, maybe in training classes. I mean, our team in Nigeria.
Okay, so that we understand what's going on right now. If you're here and you have interest in coding and you've done something already in this area and you're interested, put down your name somewhere. And also all those listening to us online and in different centers, if you're interested in the coding, yeah, I can see you, yes. Just put down your name with the volunteers and you have access to the mentorship and programming courtesy of Mr. Abimbola Owoye. Round of applause for him, please. Thank you, Dell Technologies. Thank you.
Yes, I wanted to say that. Courtesy of Dell Technologies Nigeria, the Nigerian team, we're definitely supporting our brother and the initiative all the way, and that's what it is. So that's, beyond your skills, beyond your career, we want you to be people who will be successful, and not just be successful, but will keep the success.
All right.
And definitely the journey will get there by God's grace.
Thank you. We have limited time. All right. Thank you very much. If you have any questions for him, write it down, and surely he will answer them. But also, if you're interested in mentorship, very important, let your teachers know and write it down, and we'll get it across to him. Now, because of time, we're going straight to the next speaker, and she's already here. Fantastic, man, Mr. Okizim, thank you so much for this opportunity. Can we have a round of applause for the FOCAD team, to the FOCAD counseling team? Thank you for this great opportunity. Now, our amazing next speaker is an astute lawyer with 20 years experience in providing excellent. Wow, it's like everybody here wants to be a lawyer. Wow. I've not even said me, I just said lawyer. And they're already clapping for you. I think I just leave the stage, I should get out of here. You guys just said I should get out of here. You know what? For this center, Mr. Kazim, no mentorship. All right, so Ms. Stella drew a partner at African's leading law firm. We can sit down now. Thank you. We can sit down. Sit down.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to be here again. I spoke to a few kids in December, and of course, I'm here again. So I'm going to start by asking, I need to know who the youngest person is here. This is a program for teenagers, so most people will think the people I'm speaking to are between the ages 13 and 19. Do you have anyone that is 12 years old in the room? Anyone 11? 9? 8? So the youngest people here are 10 years old. Okay. How many people want to be lawyers? I can't see the kids that are joining from the centers, but I can see quite a few hands up. This is interesting. I'm happy. Can I get my slides up, please? Because coming here this morning, I was wondering how detailed I needed to be in discussing what it is to be a lawyer. Most people call us lawyers, but legal practitioner. If you are in the United States, they will call you an attorney. Well, we're in Lagos, Nigeria, so you can call me a lawyer. So, next slide, please. So I'm basically going to try and take you through what it is to build a career in law. So I've been a lawyer for about 21 years. Well, the truth is, I was once like you. You guys see me and you probably like, oh, such a successful looking lawyer. But I was like any of you sitting here. Most of you, I understand, live in Ekpe. I grew up in somewhere that is similar to Ekpe. I grew up in a place called Koka Village in Orile. So if you know that area, then really and truly, you can just picture yourself like me in a couple more years. There's nothing that you cannot do. So I'm going to go very quickly, since we do not have a lot of time, take you through what we call the myths and the facts about being a lawyer. Myths are basically the wrong things that people think lawyers are. And then the facts will tell you exactly who we are. I will try and give you a quick word. Then I will delve into something I call more technical speak to let you know what the typical practice areas that you find lawyers in. Then I will tell you a bit about my story, which I've started to speak about. I will touch on the skills that you must have to be that person that can be employed as a lawyer. I will try and speak to the importance of experience. And I am very gender specific. I like to groom and mentor young ladies. So I have a special message for the girls. And then the final words. I've asked how many people want to be lawyers, and I saw quite a lot of hands. I'm very happy about that. I hope you will not change your mind, because lawyers can be very poor. Now, about the myths. Most people see us lawyers and they immediately think we're rich. Say lie, we don't have money. As in, you will suffer for years before you see money. So don't just be confused by how I'm looking. I don't have money. Some people think that you have to be aggressive to be an excellent lawyer. You know, most people, when they see people fighting and speaking big English, they say, that person must be a lawyer. Say lie. You don't have to be aggressive to be an excellent lawyer. Can I see my slides, please? And then most people think that you have to, the last speaker spoke about coding and computer science. Most people that go into that field are expected to know mathematics. Most lawyers just feel they need to know English, and that will get them to be lawyers. No, you have to know a bit of math, because law is actually very logical, and we all know that mathematics is logic. So you need to know logic to be able to be an excellent lawyer. Most people would say lawyers are liars, because the impression out there is that you have to twist the truth to be an excellent or a great lawyer. That's not correct. Interestingly, during the session in December, I had a young man, when it was time for questions, speak to the fact that why do lawyers always help the police? It was like he was ready for me. It was clear that there's always some collusion, that, police and lawyers, they always just do bad things together. That's not correct. And then the final myth is that lawyers don't really care about what happens to you. They only just get, they're more interested in whether they're paid or not. So if you're not paying top dollar, a lawyer doesn't want to speak to you. That's not correct. Next slide, please. Now, for things that are true, you can be wealthy, you can be rich as a lawyer, but you need to be a smart lawyer and a very hardworking lawyer. So you need to know the difference between being a hard worker and a smart worker. Some people toil and toil and toil and read so many books, but they do not understand. They're not really smart. So sometimes it's not just about, burning the midnight midnight oil and you think you just become a lawyer overnight. You also need to understand and be smart about it. You have to be there are certain lawyers that you find that are what you call book smart. They only just know the theory, but they are not commercially minded. So they really and truly don't get the best clients. You need to be able to find the right balance between being a hardworking lawyer as well as a smart lawyer. I've already spoken about the fact that law requires logic and critical thinking. An excellent litigator, most people, most non-lawyers think every lawyer goes to court, but the lawyers that go to court are known as litigators. I used to go to court when I started my career, but I now then changed into being a commercial energy lawyer. I don't go to court anymore. But litigators are expected to be savvy, courtiers, and master of the rules. When they say you're the master of the rules, you're the master of the books. You must know everything, or at least you must know where to find everything about your brief. Great lawyers are ethical and they have integrity. The last speaker spoke about character and your ability to be that successful professional if your character is excellent. And he touched on integrity. I was smiling when he touched on that because I was clearly going to speak to that. So nobody should teach you wrong about you have to be that lawyer that will take bribe or do things that are not good to get ahead in life. You must indeed be very ethical. We're a profession that is very big about ethics, and you must have integrity. And listening from yesterday and into today, most speakers have spoken about your mind. If you can't control your mind, then you cannot control the trajectory of your success. And so, once you set your mind to doing something, hold on to that. There are different things that are going to try and change your mind. There are different circumstances that could potentially confuse your mind. But if you are very clear as to who you want to be and where you want to be, nothing can stop that. Slides, please. I've talked about hard work, smart work, and discipline. Now, discipline is what a lot of young people are struggling with. And when you talk about discipline, you're talking about if you've agreed that you're going to read for 2 hours, don't cut corners and read for 30 minutes and then use 1 hour, 30 minutes to play a game or get on the internet. You need to be a very disciplined professional to be able to make a success of yourself. Because there are people I went to school with, you can't find them anywhere. One thing or the other has taken them away from the path that they ordinarily charted for themselves when we started in school. Another thing, for the people that put up their hands that they wanted to be lawyers, I hope you don't want to be a lawyer because your dad or your mom has told you that you need to be a lawyer. You need to desire to be a lawyer. Whatever profession, even if it's not the law you're looking to go into, must be something that you are passionate about. You must love it. If you don't love it, after 2-3 years, you get bored and then you'll be looking for the next exciting thing. So, to be a successful lawyer, you need to be diligent. So, there's discipline and then there's diligence. Being diligent means you need to put in the work. You have to do the homework. If you've been asked to go research something, you have to research it. You don't just look at one book and say, I'm done. You have to research different books. And lawyers, you never stop reading. So diligence is key. Resilience is another thing. What does resilience mean? It means no matter what it is you're facing, you remain there. Even if there's no food, you are hungry, but you know that you are going to focus on that thing that you need to do to ensure that tomorrow you can feed yourself. And you have to be very focused. A lot of young people are not focused. A lot of people get distracted by different things. You can get distracted by dance. You can get distracted by music. You can get distracted by movies. There's absolutely nothing wrong with actually having those things, or, watching a movie or dancing or singing. But except you're building a career as a musician, if you want to be Wizkid or Burna Boy, fine. But you can't now then say, oh, I want to be a lawyer, and half of the time you are listening to music. You are not reading your law books. That shows you're not focused and you're not ready to make a success out of the law. And the truth is, the fact that you are a music lover, you can be an entertainment lawyer. You can be a lawyer to Burna Boy. So you can marry the two, but you need to understand what it is exactly you're looking for. Yes, the truth is, you never really know what life is going to throw at you. You decide when you're starting that you want to be this particular kind of professional. You may decide, okay, I'm going to law school and I want to be that litigator, or I want to be a judge. And then life happens and your entire life will change. So let me give you a short story about myself. When I was in law school in 2001, the Nigerian bar, and then end up being a judge. But what happened? I finished school, and whilst I was really pay that much, and given how I grew up and the fact that my folks I didn't come from a home with a silver spoon, I needed to make money. So I decided to start my career in the law firm of Banwa and Ighodalo. But I started off as a litigator. So I used to go to court. But the court system is one that can actually get you really bored because things were not going as quickly as I thought. Of course, I'd watched some of them series. I'd watched the Americans in Suits, and it just appeared very interesting. But when you now then bring it down to Nigeria, it wasn't the same. And then I was given the opportunity to review a commercial contract. I'm trying to make this as simple as possible, but it was more of a contract that is called an engineering, procurement, and construction contract. And I'd never heard anything about that. But some of the skills that I'm going to touch on were skills that I had to now then, deploy to be able to review that contract. I started to research on Google about what this contract is and what the typical provisions or terms in that contract should be. And because I had done my homework, when it was time to go off to Houston to negotiate the contract, I was the person that was chosen. So you see, whilst you sit here in Ekpe and you look at your surrounding and you look at your life and you look at your family, you may decide that, well, the highest place I will go to from Ekpe is probably Lekki. But why limit yourself? Why can't you be the one going to Atlanta or going to London or going to Milan to negotiate these contracts? And as you'd see as I go on, when you're diligent in your work, you will stand before kings because people will recognize you. It's already started. There are people here that when they came, they didn't know they were going back with a Dell computer, but they've gotten it. Were their hands the fastest to go up? Maybe. Some of you are looking at me and like, what is it? My mom told me to come here, and so I'm here. But then somebody's like, okay, my mom asked me to come, but I'm excited, I'm listening. And as they ask questions, I'll be the first to put my hand up, and I must say something that is sensible. So you're paying attention. All of these things, you never know when it's going to come in handy for you, when it's going to change your life. So my life got changed with that singular contract. That small Igbo girl growing up in Lagos went off to Houston. And like they say, the rest of it is history. Next slide, please. So, you guys ask, what are the things that you people do? When you look at this slide, this is where I sit, right here. I'm in the law firm. But I have friends that went to University of Lagos with me who are professors of law. I have friends that are in the legal departments of corporate companies. I have friends that are in the civil service and have worked on putting together the laws that, all of us must be bound by. I have friends that work in international organizations like the UN and the World Bank, whilst I sit in the law firm. But we all started off as young law graduates, and we just decided to go and look at different areas of law. Next slide, please. So when you are thinking of going into the law profession, there are varying things you can do. There are different things you can do. If you go into the academia and you are a lecturer or a professor of law, you can teach in the universities, you can teach in the law school, you can teach anywhere and basically, build the next generation of young legal minds. Next slide, please. I hope these slides will be made available to the persons that have decided to be lawyers so that they can continue to look at it and decide what they want to do. For in-house lawyers, so I believe you had a facilitator that came from Ikeja Distribution Company. So she spoke about having lawyers as members of her team. So the lawyers in her company will do some work slightly different from the kind of work that I do. Although in the end, we usually do similar things. So those lawyers are basically their watchdogs. They will help them with matters around compliance, policies, standards. They will sit as company secretaries and guide the board of directors. So that's what your in-house lawyers typically do. Next slide. This is the civil service. So you have lawyers that work in the ministries, in the agencies, with the police, and other corporations. They usually would be termed as civil servants, but they're, primarily lawyers. Next slide, please. Now, these are the different international organizations that you can work in as a lawyer. I'd mentioned the World Bank, I'd mentioned the UN. Even in the medical space, there are lawyers in there that deal with matters around legal issues coming out of medical matters. You could also be a diplomat, an ambassador, a policy advisor, or even a mediator. So you can see that it's not just the lawyers that go to court. There are different interesting aspects of law that you can decide to build a career in. Next slide, please. So this is us. This is lawyers in a law firm. This is a picture of my building in Ikoyi. And I thought to put this here because when I started working in Banwa and Ighodalo, we weren't working out of this office. This is what you say hard work does. So we started off at 98 Awolowo Road. It was a two-story building. We became much bigger. We had to get another office just down the road, but we were not all in the same space. But slowly and surely, we decided to build our own flagship office on the same Awolowo Road in Ikoyi, and this is it. We basically, thank you. So the kinds of law that we practice in Banwa and Ighodalo are under 5 broad practice areas. So we do corporate law, and under that you see mergers and acquisitions. So I don't know how to break that down and how old you guys are, but when banks were coming together, you know, the banks that most of you know now were not the original banks some years when we started working. So those are the kind of transactions you would do when you have to bring 1, 2, or 3 companies together, merge them and make them into one. Or you find one company that is looking to acquire shares or assets of another company. That would be the lawyers under the M&A team. We provide support to companies in the oil, gas, and power sectors. That's where I play. So I said I'm a commercial lawyer, but I'm actually specifically an energy lawyer. So anything concerning oil, gas, electricity, you will find me playing in that space. There's also company secretarial, which we do, real estate, where you're looking to rent a space or you're looking to buy property. Our team there will handle that. We also handle intellectual property, shipping and maritime, capital markets, regulatory work, private equity, as well as other business transactions. Next slide, please. And then we also have a thriving litigation practice group where they handle arbitration and dispute resolution. So they cover civil and criminal matters. And they are the ones that wear the wig, wear the gowns, and go to court. I don't do that anymore. Next slide, please. So this, in a nutshell, are the kinds of things that I do on a day-to-day as a lawyer. And I have worked with other lawyers that have left us and gone in-house to find more money. Thank you. Next slide, please. So the skills that you must have, and I'm trying to go through this really quickly. Research and writing. You can't be a great lawyer if you do not know how to do the homework. You can't be a great lawyer if you do not know how to write well. You can't be a great lawyer, more particularly, you can't be a great litigator if you cannot speak right. Some people, or most young people now think it is hip and, you know, I'm fly if I'm writing in abbreviated words. No, complete your words, speak English, write the sentences right. The last speaker spoke about everybody needing to understand technology. So you can't be that great lawyer because we work with computers if you do not have basic technology skills. You must be a critical thinker. So somebody comes to you with a problem, right? So let me give you an example. A client comes to me and says to me, Stella, I'm looking to buy this land in Ekpe. And I've spoken to the person that is selling the land. And the person says they are the owner of the land. Should I go ahead and pay? Now, when you hear this simply, it means if the person says that they are the owners of the land, then go ahead and pay. But a lawyer doesn't think simply. you have to be very critical in your thinking. Okay, this person says that they own the land. Can we see the papers that they have to show that they have title to the land? When they give you those papers, you now need to go and do what we call a due diligence. You need to go and confirm with the right authorities that this person indeed is the owner of the land. Because no matter how seemingly young you are, I'm sure you all know that there are people that are scammers, people that will tell you a lie just to collect money from you. And then the next thing, somebody said it, 419 people, yes. They are everywhere. So for you to be that great lawyer that must protect your client, you must critically evaluate every situation they bring to you to be sure that everything has been done right. If not, your client may be in trouble. Time management. I was here when the convener, Ola Kazim, said there was going to be a break for 15 minutes, and I watched to see people first stood up, then he said, everybody sit down. And then if you're not seated, you're not going to get a drink or you're not going to get biscuits. Now, people may just think, oh, what's the big deal? But the time that you're expending or you're wasting to get to your seats is time that could have been used for something productive. So you must be that lawyer that knows how to manage your time and manage it effectively. I've spoken about oral skills and then people and client service. Some people think that if I don't greet you, it doesn't mean anything. So they enter a room, they don't say hello, they don't say good evening, they don't say good afternoon. They have an attitude or they are termed as being rude. You must understand that if you are that lawyer that clients cannot relate with, you will not get any legal briefs. If you do not get any legal briefs, you will not make any money. If you do not make any money, you cannot feed yourself or feed your children. So you can see that everything kind of, touches on themselves. So the way you talk, the way that your attitude is, the way you dress, the way you smell will determine whether you are the person they want as their lawyer or not. Slide, please. So I touched on research. Now, Lord Denning was one of the greatest of all greatest lawyers. And he said that God forbid that a lawyer should know all the laws. So, some people just think, oh, I should take this book and I should cram it. If you cram, you're not really learning. You must read to understand. So most great lawyers don't necessarily need to know all the law, but they must know where to find the law. So his quote basically says, God forbid that a lawyer should know all the laws. But more importantly, God forbid that a lawyer should not know where to find the law. A good, and I must say an excellent lawyer, must be that lawyer that knows where to find the law and how best to apply it. Because some people know these things, but they don't, when the situation comes before them, they don't really know how to apply it. And that's only because they do not understand what they've read. So everything you read, you must understand. If you can't or you don't understand it, ask someone or hold onto a dictionary. A lawyer must always have a good dictionary beside them. We can go really quickly. I've touched on all of this, the skills. A message to my young girls. What I find ever so often with young girls, they start off with young boys, and as time progresses, some of these girls fall to the wayside. It's either someone in your home is telling you that as a woman, the highest you should get to is SSCE. To go and marry. There's nothing wrong with getting married. But outside of marriage, you are are a human being that has your own aspirations. And there's nothing that says as a young girl, you can't be the next president of Nigeria. So I'm saying to the young ladies, and indeed the young men, don't limit yourself. You can actually be anything that you put your mind to. Don't believe that you are, I guess, you're too young for me to say some of the things that I ordinarily will say to the young lawyers that have just started the profession with us and have come to Banwa and Igodalu. But you must see yourself as bigger than the situation where you find yourself today. Whether you're a little boy or a little girl, right? You must have the right kinds of friends, because peer pressure is real and a bad friend can change you. There's nothing your teachers or your parents will tell you today that a bad friend cannot untell you. So you need to be grounded. You need to understand what is good. I always say to my friends and anybody that I have the opportunity to speak to, what is good is good. What is bad is bad. You can never color bad to be good. You could in Nigeria for a few short periods, but after a while, the bad will show. So decide to be that voice in your community. Decide to be that girl that everybody knows is, how would I put it? Ladies, you are more than your bodies, right? You have a brain and you must use your brains. On social media nowadays, most people pay attention to the external without paying attention to the internal. Your brain will open doors for you that your bodies will never. Take that from me. So, as a woman, please know that you can achieve absolutely anything that you put your mind to. I am that story. Because if you know the story of my family and where my daddy started from and where I am today as a girl, then know that you can be anything. You can look flyer than me, and I'm not even fly. So, next slide, please. My final words. Next slide, please. So a lot of you come for these programs, and after a while, if there's no other program until next year, you may forget what we've said. You are not too young to actually start getting experiences. The last speaker spoke about mentoring persons that are looking to go into coding and computer engineering or computer science. In my law firm, we have a thriving internship program where we have people as young as you coming for a week, coming for a month, to just see in real life how lawyers work and what lawyers do. So I would say that you're not too young to actually start having those experiences. If you want to intern with us, I said it in December, I haven't gotten anybody come intern with me just yet. Please let the convener know, Mr. Ola Kazim, and we'll be happy to welcome you. Again, it's my pleasure to have spoken to you. I will give like 5 minutes for any specific questions, if I have the time, on my presentation. But again, please, I want to be able to, when I'm old and shaking, be able to recognize a few of you. Come shake my hand to say, ma'am, after listening to you, I am now a lawyer and I am working to be successful. Thank you very
much. Quickly, questions. If you have questions, hands up. People at the bar wanted to crucify me. They said we don't call them. Yeah, yeah. So from the back, we have two of you. So you come up quickly, two people there. You come, then you and come, then three. 1, 2, 3. The fair lady come downstairs. Then any question virtually, media team, please let's also look out for the questions from online and queue that up ASAP. Thank you very much. So your name, your school, and your question.
My name is Azanla Kemsala. My name is Azanla Kemsala. I'm from Agua Community Junior Grammar School. I want to ask, I like to become a lawyer, but my grandmother said that I should not become a lawyer because she is a pastor. She said that the Bible said that anyone will judge me. The Lord will
I am not a lawyer. I'm not a liar.
No, say, speak. Let them hear you.
Use the mic. Don't be afraid of her. Say what your grandmother told you.
She said I should not judge anyone.
Okay, what's your name again? Kemisola. Thank you, Kemisola, for that. And what does your grandmother do apart from being a pastor? She's just a pastor. Okay. And your mom? She's not living with you. When you go home, tell your grandma that you are speaking to a Christian lawyer. And I know that Bible as well. Even in the time of Christ, they brought matters to him to determine who is good and who is bad. Tell her that you want to be that lawyer that will help people determine who is good and who is bad, and that the Bible does not frown on it. Okay?
Beautiful. So because of time, we'll take 3 questions, then you answer them.
Good day, everyone. My name is Abia Selidia Adefuye. The name of my school is Alara Community Junior High School. My question is that, is it compulsory for all the lawyers to know about the Nigerian?
Next question.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Azari Edwan from Army Students Senior High School. I wanted to be a lawyer.
Wanted to be, or you still will be? I want to be.
I want to be a lawyer.
Yes.
And you said that lawyers are liars.
I didn't say that. I said that's one of the lies, myths.
The myths.
Yes.
Of lawyers.
Yes.
Is lawyers are liars. What if you are giving your client is the offender, and you later won the case, and your opposite client was not sent to jail, and the person is innocent.
I think we understand the question. So you are a guilty person, and then the other person is innocent, and then the innocent person goes to jail. And so what does that make you? A liar or a...
My name is Samuel Precious from St. Patrick's Senior Grammar School, and I want to be a lawyer. But my question is, lawyers killing people. So is there a specific protection for we lawyers? Like, do we have protection? Because lawyers are also in because if we win a case and the offender might want to take a counterpart against us, so are there specific protection for us?
All right, I think you can answer this for now.
I can't actually remember the very first question, the young lady.
Oh, the grandma
Not
question.
the grandma, the lady after the grandma.
The lawyers in Nigeria.
Okay, if you need to know everything about Nigeria. Yes. Being a lawyer is what, as a Nigerian lawyer, it's really limiting. So you have to know about Nigerian law to be able to practice in Nigeria. If you now then become a lawyer that went to the Nigerian law school and you decide to go to Ghana, for instance, you can't practice in Ghana without knowing Ghanaian law. So every law is geographically limiting. So the short answer is that yes, you need to know Nigerian law to be able to be that great Nigerian lawyer. You can't even be called to the Nigerian bar without knowing Nigerian law. That's one. With the second question, that was a gentleman. The Nigerian constitution preserves your right to counsel. So whether you are a guilty person or you are the victim of a crime, you are expected to have legal representation. So the American system of law is more interesting than ours because they have something that they call a plea bargain system, which allows an offender to come and say, okay, I did it, but in order for me to, instead of giving me 30 years, I can give you my accomplices and reduce my jail term to like 5 years. For some people, that doesn't really help the victim because the victim is still left with, the injury or the loss. But I have to determine whether you want to go that way or not. Some lawyers will never defend someone that is guilty by virtue of their religion. Some people will take it and say, he's still a human being. Whether he killed somebody or not, I will still defend him. And then in criminal law, you must understand that to be able to actually catch somebody, you must prove beyond all reasonable doubt that the person did it. Because the truth is, somebody could actually be falsely accused of something they didn't do. But those are the different dance that we do.
We have an interesting one here. The kind of lawyer that interacts with, would you have clients? Maybe like an introvert or something like that?
Well, you have to determine as a lawyer whether you want to run the business of law or whether you just want to be a normal lawyer. I spoke about the different practice areas. So if you're someone that you're an introvert, you can decide to basically be a law clerk just attached to a judge. You don't have to talk to anybody but the judge. But then how far will you go with such a profession? That's one. The fact that you are an introvert doesn't mean that you can't be a great commercial lawyer. If you know the books, you can review agreements, give legal opinions without necessarily being interactive. Yes, but then at some point you move from technical to managerial to business owner. Do you want to just be a technical paper pusher for life? Or you want to be someone that actually runs your business? And if you want to run your business, you must interact with people. If you don't interact with people, you won't get any clients. If you don't get any clients, you cannot pay your bills. You'll be hungry. Thank you.
Okay, so because of time, just ask your question.
There was a last question after the second.
Okay, protection against lawyers in case, they defend bad people and they come after them and their money.
Well, God is our protection. No, but in actual fact, in Nigeria, if we had good police, if just because you took somebody to court and then, the person ended up going to jail, the person sends their boys after you, you can get the police to go after them. There are things you can actually go to court to get an order called an injunction. That is basically like a stop order to stop somebody from harassing you or stop someone from actually causing you any damage or injury. So yes, as with any other human, even if you're not a lawyer, there are certain legal protective measures that are in place to ensure that your rights are preserved.
Okay, that's beautiful. So because of time, just go straight to your question.
about warning the girls. So I grabbed it. I don't know the full meaning.
SSC, isn't
Yes.
that your exam? Senior Secondary Certification Exam? Isn't that what
Okay.
it is?
Yes.
But I didn't actually say that to the girls. I didn't use the word SSC. Did you hear something else? Did you hear something else?
No, just like that.
Okay.
Thank you. Last question. So we go online.
Why is it that some lawyers take bribe and some also damage people's life by lying or in order to collect money? They can lie, and even the police also can try to defend themselves and put the accusation on the innocent. And even there's one story I heard that in order to defend himself, he took the blame on a small boy. I think he's 12 years old, and the boy got electrocuted because of the lie. And after 70 years, they later confirmed that the boy was actually right. But why is it that some lawyers damage people's life and also because of money they can ruin someone's life, and they can also, maybe some lawyers also take people's maybe like those king and those government. They can also pay them huge amounts, and they'll even tell them, some lawyers, that if you do this to me, that I can promote you to the next level. And some lawyers, they are the one that is damaging this community, even the police that corrupt, and there's corruption everywhere. How can we solve this? Like, we should make Nigeria be better and be good and this.
Wow, that's a beautiful question. And
Yes.
the mic is already hot. Good luck.
Thank you for that question. If you were listening when I was making my presentation, I spoke about lawyers being ethical. But you must understand that lawyers are human beings. And human beings can be good or they can be bad. So the way that you have good and excellent lawyers, you also have unethical lawyers who give the profession a very bad name. They are the ones that will take bribes. They are the ones that will collude with police and do everything that is wrong. Now we have the Nigerian Bar Association, and we have an ethical legal committee. Where you find such horrible lawyers that are doing these things, you can actually put up a petition against them, and they will be asked to face a disciplinary committee. And if they are found to have done what they have been charged with, then they can actually cease to be lawyers. So when you cease to be a lawyer, you're basically being debarred. So you can no longer practice as a lawyer. So if you know anybody like that, please let us know, and we will try and remove the rope from them. Thank you.
you so much. Now, very interesting question. When a lawyer commits a crime, is he going to defend himself as a lawyer, or would he or she be defended by another lawyer?
Well, he has the option of actually, getting somebody else to defend him, because really and truly, whilst there's nothing that says you can't defend yourself, more often than not, it may be better to get somebody. Two good heads are better than one. Anything else?
Any other one? No, online, please, because of time. Because of time. Any other one online? Okay, one more. One more online. There's no time, please. Okay, thank you so much, Ma. Thank you. Round of applause to her. Yes, we've learned so much today about what it means to be a good and ethical lawyer with integrity. Please clap for her. She's one with integrity, so you can practice law and have integrity and not lie, okay? Thank you so much, thank you so much, thank you so much. And we are not done for today. We have one more person. Oh, wow, wow. I thought we were friends. I thought we had connection. Okay, Dell is still here. If you do well, there might be more. Okay, all right, now everybody is calm. All right, next speaker is an award-winning realtor and Head of Business Development, Giddy Traffic. She's also a model, CEO of Giddy Cab, an award-winning tourist, and a philanthropist with over 15 years of experience. She's a graduate of English Language and Literature from the University of Lagos. She also went to Lagos Business School, and a highly committed individual who believes anything is possible if you think it, imagine it, or want it enough. A round of applause as we welcome Petaya Idoko. Round of applause for her, please. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's afternoon now, so good afternoon. I am very excited to be here. I hope you can tell. And you all should really say thank you to your Uncle Ola here. Every year in, year out, he pulls up this really amazing event just to make sure all your lives are possibly touched. So a round of applause for him. Thank you. Okay. It's really nice that I have people speak before me because it seems like they do a better part of the job even before I come up here. So coming up here is like more than half of my work is already done. So I'm very thankful for the earlier speakers, Mr. Abimbola, and then our very beautiful lawyer here from Bawan and Godalo. So I'm supposed to talk to you this morning on basically life challenges. How do you get back from life challenges? How do you not let life challenges stop you in your track in life, especially as you all are very young? Challenges are a part of life. It doesn't matter your age. It doesn't matter how young you are. It doesn't matter how old you are, but you will encounter challenges here and there in life. But do we give up and let the challenges swallow us, or do we stick our head up and continue regardless? It's what I'm here to talk to you about this afternoon. Hopefully we have a great session. So right now, most people here are between the ages of 11 and 19 from what I gathered, and you are at your prime. The earlier speaker said something. He said he wishes he was this age again. I've wished the same thing so many times. Unfortunately, it's impossible to be younger age-wise when you've already gone past that certain age. And the age you all are now, especially with this kind of guidance that you're getting from time to time, it makes it a lot easier. This generation, I would say, is one of the luckiest ever in the history of this country. And the reason is because of information. Information is very liquid right now. You have access to information. You have information at the tips of your fingers right now. When I was growing up, that was not the case. We didn't have YouTube. We didn't have the social media. We didn't have Google. We didn't have all those places where you can just think of something you don't know, and all you need to do is get a computer or get a phone, and you get the answer immediately. We didn't have, even our teachers, it was more difficult for our teachers because our teachers basically had to read dozens upon dozens of books before coming to give us knowledge from whatever they read. Right now, you have videos explaining things. You have fun ways of learning. And the information is so much. So it makes things a lot easier for you now than it was in our time. I mean, it wasn't up until I was in university, I imagine, that we started getting access to the internet. I mean, from my first year in university till about the last year, I would say it was maybe like my fourth year or so in school that it became easier. And even then, it's not like you had it at the tips of your fingers like today. We would go to a cyber cafe. When cyber cafes started, we'll go to the cyber cafes, if we needed some information on school. And first, I'll give you a little personal story of what it was for me when I was in school. So in university, it was pretty difficult for me. I mean, we're not all the same. It's the first thing we all need to understand. Sometimes you wonder why in school someone is able to catch up so quickly in class, and then another person may not be able to catch up as quickly as your neighbor. I'm sure many of you here experience that all the time, and you wonder, is it that this person is smart and I am not smart? Or what exactly is the problem? And then most times you resign to fate and say, well, it just so happens that this person is smarter than me, or I'm not as smart as this person. Everyone, it's important to understand, if you're born, if you're a human being, you already have the capacity to be smart. Now, how quickly you latch onto that is a determinant of how smart you eventually appear before everyone. And I'll tell you all a story. So when I was in university, it was so hard for me. It was so difficult. It seemed like I was not as smart as the rest of my colleagues or my classmates. And I wonder why, it was so easy for them to do so well, but then I wasn't doing as well as they were doing. Sometimes they go to class in the nights to go and read, and I'll follow them to class. But when they're reading, I'll sleep off. I will sleep there maybe around 4 a.m. in the morning. When everyone is about to go, they will wake me. And I will follow them back to my hostel and go and sleep some more before class the following day. It just seemed like maybe I was not as smart. Okay, this was on the school side. On the family side, my brothers and sisters, I have 5 siblings, of which I'm the first. I'm the firstborn in my family. Oh, my siblings are so smart. They were straight A students. So whenever we're done with school and we come home, even from secondary school, everybody's result is tops. It seems like they're so smart. But then mine was never really tops like theirs. And I wondered up until the point I accepted. I told myself, I said, you know what? I don't think I'm as smart as the rest of my siblings. We're all different. My siblings are very smart. They're straight A students, but I'm not a straight A student. I'm not as smart as my siblings are. And I told that to myself for so many years, and this stuck with me, and I believed it. Now, that was the biggest mistake of my life that I made at the time. I just took it that, well, they're smart, I'm not as smart, and I made peace with it in my mind. I was okay. So I was okay when they'll come back and all their results is, and my own result, you are seeing plenty C inside, 1 or 2 B's. But I accepted it. But I was very wrong. So when I got to my final year in the university now this was the year where we started having cyber cafes all over the place. People could go to cyber cafes and pay to use 1 hour on. You guys have no idea what you're enjoying now. If you don't have a phone here, I'm pretty sure your parents have a phone. Or somebody has access to a phone that they can use. It's easy for you to pick your parents' phone and Google something. Maybe something that confuses you in school. If they give you an assignment, it's easy to go on YouTube. You can do your assignments on YouTube. We didn't have this when we were growing up. So around that final year time was when we started having access to these things. Now, I was in my final year. I was worried. I said, no, I cannot fail and come back to this university again. It cannot happen. Because if you fail your exams in your final year in the university, you'll be made to stay back for another year. So 1 whole year, you're going to go back to school again when you should have gone and all your mates would have gone. I was so scared. I didn't want to go back to school. Then I started to visit the cyber cafes. So when our lecturers would give us assignments, instead of going to the regular library that everyone went to, I would go to a cyber cafe. I'll pay for time, and then I start checking up all the assignments that I was given online. And it became a lot easier for me. For instance, I'll give you an example. I studied English in school, English language and literature, and we did a lot of Shakespeare. And if you've read anything on Shakespeare, it's not the regular English they use in writing those things. So it's just a bit confusing. All those doth, flyeth, beyond, above, the words were just a little confusing. I wouldn't understand it because it didn't seem like English. Sometimes it almost felt like I was reading French. But if you go on the internet and you put that Shakespeare writing up there and you click on it to translate, it will translate it to English for you. So you see the Shakespeare on one side, then you see it translated to English on the other side. So it became so easy. So first of all, I was breaking the hurdles. Now I could, any Shakespeare assignment, it did not matter what it was, they tell us to translate. I go on the internet, I read it there, I put it in, they show me the English version, I read it, it enters my brain because now it's a simplified version. If we were given any other assignment on maybe phonetics or anything like that, that previously seemed very complicated, I would go on the internet and I would get I'll transcribe it from there, the phonetics in real English, how to write it, how to pronounce it, because I mean, you have dictionaries online that would even pronounce these words much more than just having you read it. And when it was time for my exams, my final exams in school, I wrote those exams. And when I was done, I could not even wait for them to post the result on the board for me to go check it up to see whether I passed or not. Because if I had failed that exam, that would have meant me having to stay back in university for one more year. And I was tired. I didn't want to be in school for another year. So I went to my course advisor. That's kind of like your principal now. Went to her office and I greeted her, asked, I said, ma, please, can I see the results? They haven't posted it on the board yet. And because I was nice, she said, okay, I'll show you. So get a pen and paper and write down your results. So then we call our courses by, I studied English. So a name of a course for me, like you will have a name of a course, maybe biology or geography. We had them as ENG. ENG now symbolizing the first three letters of English, which was what I was studying. So we'll have ENG 502, ENG 501, ENG 532. So I took my pen and paper and I started. So she will call ENG 502A, ENG 501A, ENG 503A. By the time she called the fourth A, I said, ma, please, I'm sorry, I think you have the wrong matriculation number. She just looked at me. She just eyed me. She continued, are you going to write it or not? I said, I'm writing. ENG 50, this AA. I made 6 A's and 2 B's for the first time ever. The first time ever. I didn't believe it was my result when she was calling the results. And it was such a turning point moment for me because it did a lot of things. Now, the places where we write exam to kind of like test our skills and our brain is mostly in school. So if you're not in school, there are hardly any exams for you to take to try and probably evaluate your brain a little bit here and there. But this was the last major exam in my life that I was taking. So imagine that I failed that exam. I would have left school with the mentality of, oh, I'm not as smart as my siblings. My siblings are very smart. I'm not as smart. My classmates are very smart. I'm not as smart. But then just because of paying attention to detail and going a little extra, I discovered that I'm not just as smart as my siblings, I'm smarter than my siblings. It's not a case of I cannot read or I cannot assimilate. I could assimilate even better, but I only just needed to approach it slightly differently from how everyone else was approaching it. And then I'm like, wow, so I'm smart. So I'm intelligent as well. So I can pass exams this good. I can make A's up to 6 A's in one exam per time. And that changed my life forever. It was at that moment I realized that anyone, you need to understand, I was such an average student that I never thought I was excellent in my skills when it came to my books. But then I found that I'm actually just as excellent, but then there are things to do. And it might be slightly different for each person. And that's why it's important to explore and find out what works for you and what does not work for you. Now, for some of us, if we sit in the classroom and listen to our lecturer, if they give us an exam the next day, that day, 10 days later, we will pass that examination in flying colors. That is how some people are. And it is fantastic. There are some other people, sitting down and listening to your lecturer alone is not enough. It's not enough.
But only you can find out what is enough for you and what is not enough for you. Some people may not even need that lecture at all. All they need is to study by themselves once they have the topic. And you have more than enough resources to study, to find anything you choose to want to find in this life. That's why I keep saying you all at it, you are at such an advantage. The advantage you are on is really high because this information is everywhere. In my time, if you needed to learn anything about your books, you went to the library. Even going to the library alone was work because you are not going and then the book is just on the table. No, you have an array of books. The books are so many. You have to work to find which book it's even necessary for what information you are looking for in the first place. But these days, honestly, you hardly need a library. Hardly. I mean, libraries are not canceled out, but then you hardly, if you decide, you know what, I want to do this on my mother's computer, or I want to do this on my father's computer, or I want to do it on my senior sister's phone, or my senior brother's phone, you have the same information at the tip of your fingers. So never ever let a limitation or what seems like a limitation hold you back because you might just be wrong. Now, I was going to live the rest of my adult life thinking I was average and I was not smart enough. And by the way, there's nothing wrong in being average. But then if you are not average, then you are not supposed to live bearing all the time in your mind that you are average, you know? So never let it hold you down because like I said earlier, you might be wrong. All you need to do is explore for yourself. Find out for yourself. If you're given a task in school and it's like, I don't understand this thing, it's too difficult for me. You have your mom, you have your dad, you have your guardian, or you have an uncle or an auntie or a sibling. There must be someone you can go to that can help you. And even if they cannot help you, their laptops are there, their computers are there. Once you seek proper permission from them, you can look through, and you might find that it's easier when you read on your own. You might find that it's easier when you do your own research, separate from what you are told to do in a classroom or anything like that. You also need to understand that just because you had a small setback or it seemed like, okay, you didn't pass one exam or you failed one exam, it doesn't make you now unintelligent or it doesn't make you less smart or it doesn't mean you are no longer valuable. You still have your value. It doesn't matter what it is, that happened to you. I'll give a small illustration now. I want all of you to listen. Please, could you help me pass my bag? Thank you. I just want to get something from inside to show you all. Thank you. Okay, so here, can you see what I have in my hand? What's this? Yes. At least this 200 naira, right? This can buy a bottle of Coke, I'm sure. It can, right? Okay. So if I take this 200 and I squeeze it, is it still 200? Has it become 100 naira? Are you sure? Can it still buy a bottle of Coke? I'm not sure you know what you're talking about. Okay. So if I step on this 200, like I step on it, I stomp on it really hard. Is it still 200? Can it still buy a bottle of Coke? So it doesn't matter what pressure comes on this 200. It doesn't matter how you squeeze it. It doesn't matter if you step on it and you walk on it. If you pick it up and you open it up, it's still 200 naira. It can still buy a bottle of Coke. It being squeezed and compressed doesn't reduce the value. It doesn't make it 100 naira. It doesn't mean it still cannot buy a bottle of Coke. It will buy a bottle of Coke. If I bring a brand new 200 naira now that is clean, it does not have any wrinkles on it, and I take this same 200, is one value higher than the other? It is the same thing. So you can't let unlikely situations or pressure make you feel like you are not worthy or make you feel less of who you really are. You understand what I'm trying to say? Mr. Abimbola, when he was here, he spoke about dreaming. He said you have aspirations, say you want to do this or you want to do that in life. If there's someone you like or you see as a mentor, maybe have their picture on the side of your bed, just to keep yourself reminded every day. Okay, let's get up. We need to do a brief exercise. Everyone get up. Let's get up. Let's get up. Yes, we needed that. We need to stretch. Everyone stretch. Now take a deep breath. Go in and out. Another one. In and out. Another one. And out. Now let's clap as loudly. Just keep clapping. Keep clapping. Amazing. All right, let's sit down. Okay, good. So I'm going to tell you this last story, right? It's important you listen attentively because I'm going to ask questions after this. So when I was 19 years old, everyone say 19. 19. When I was 19 years old, I used to watch TV like you watch TV. I saw a lot of documentaries and I saw so many beautiful places. And I told myself, I want to visit these places in my life. And these were places outside Nigeria. At the time, I had never gone anywhere outside Nigeria. But I wanted to go to these places because they look so beautiful, So I kept telling myself, when I grow up, I want to travel to all these countries. 19, I was grown, but I was still with my parents. But when I grow, I want to see these places. Then if I see any country I really liked, I'll take a pen. I had a book, right? Where I used to write things, personal things to me. So I would write the country down. If I see another one I liked, I will write it down. If I see another one, I'll put it down until I wrote down 19 countries. How many countries? 19. Huh? 19. And I said, yes, when I grow up, I want to visit these countries. And I kept my mind on it, just like Mr. Abimbola told you. I kept my mind on it. I used to look at pictures from these places. I always saw videos from them on TV, And then as I started to grow up, when I finished my university, I started to travel gradually, one after another, until I visited all the 19 countries on my list. Yes, it's true. I visited all the 19 countries, and guess what? It didn't stop there. When I started visiting the 19 countries and I saw that, oh, wow, it's possible to want something, write it down, and always, talk about it like it has happened already. I visited 51 now. Yes. Okay, now look at me. Do I have 2 hands like you? I've got 2 legs like you? 2 eyes? It means I'm the same. There's no difference between you and I. You just need to want something good enough. If it's your books you want to make straight A's, then put your mind on it. Write it down. Get your little journal where you write your things, right? Put your mind on it, and in no time, it's only a matter of time, it will happen. Mr. Abimbola told you that already. I'm only just reiterating what it is that he said. So don't let anything limit you. Now you need to know, when I was writing that 19 countries down, I did not have money to even take transport to Ikeja. So it's not like I had something that I put my mind on that I wanted, and based on that, I made my wishes in my heart. So it doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter who you are. You just need to know that you cannot let any situation hold you down. So it doesn't matter if you are as wrinkled and squeezed as this 200 naira. It doesn't reduce your value. It doesn't change your value, and it doesn't change who you are. Never forget this, okay? So thank you all.
Beautiful. Round of applause for her, please. Lovely. If you can think it, you can. If you can think it, you can. All right. Just 3 questions and we wrap up. Any question for her? 1, come up stage. 2, come up stage. Someone that has not asked before, you come up stage. All right. Quickly, come. While they are coming, please, for those interested in the internship program and mentorship by Dell, you are to write down your name, your school, and your phone number and hand it over to the ushers or those that came with you from your school. We are going to collect it and collate it. For those watching us online as well and in other centers, please do the same thing. Your name, school, and number, hand it over to the ushers and we take it from there. Also, the same for those that want to intern with the law firm as well. Please, for our lawyers in-house, hello. Write down your names, numbers, and school and hand it over to her. Thank you. Number one question.
Good day, sirs. Good day, mass. My name is Osai Favor. I'm from Ogumede Senior College. My question is, when you were presenting, you said your courses are ENG.
Yes.
Now, ENG is the beginning of English
Yeah.
in Nigeria. So how do you know the difference between your courses?
Okay.
Like for example, now presently we have biology,
Okay.
English, mathematics. How do you know the differences between your courses there?
Thank you. So I mean, it's for us, we use the numbers to differentiate them. So if it's ENG 101, I know that course is either maybe phonetics. If it's ENG 302, I know that that is literature. So the numbers now attached to the ENG are the different courses. So ENG just states the general English language that you're studying. You understand? So basically, the numbers attached to the ENG are our courses in codes. So that's the difference. So if it's ENG 302 and it's ENG 402, 302 is one course that I know, 402 is another course. You're welcome, dear.
Next person.
Good afternoon, ma.
How are you?
Fine, ma. My name is Simone Christiana from Alaro Senior High School. I love that your courage, right? I love your courage.
Thank you.
Because you said when you were in higher institution, you said you were looking that you were low than your junior ones.
Yes.
And I love that courage that you took yourself up and you did well. But
Thank you.
I want to ask you that question.
Mm-hmm.
I want to ask you this question.
Yeah.
You thought true that you were better than them, and you did well in your major exam.
Yeah.
What if you have that opportunity to think through, but that courage, how do you develop that courage? How were you able to bring that knowledge that I can do this?
Yeah.
How do you develop?
Okay. Thank you. I'm glad you were able to pick out the fact that it was courage that moved me. So we have different things that drive us to be courageous, right? Yes. In my own experience, I was courageous because I was afraid. I did not want a situation that would bring me back or that will make me repeat one extra year because I was tired of school. So my fear was what drove me, just so that whatever happens, I will put in my all in all, I'll put in my best. Now, it's different for different people. For you, it doesn't necessarily have to be fear. It can be that desire to want to make it regardless. Like, it doesn't matter what it is. I want to make it. I want to do better. That in itself gives you the courage to move on. That's courage. Courage is you knowing that I'm not doing well now, but then I know that there's a chance that I can do better if I put in a little more effort. So yes, that was what built me. That was the courage for me. My own courage came from fear of failure, fear of not wanting to go back and spend an extra year in school. But then, like I said, that it may not be fear for you. It may just be knowing, first of all, that I can do it if I put in a little more effort. Does that answer you?
All right, because of time, we're going to take all the three questions all together.
Okay.
My name is Daramola Emmanuel. Ma, I was not surprised when I hear your story on courage because I also have the same experience.
Nice.
Now, my question is that as a young boy, I want to be a poet.
But is it important that I must study literature and English?
Nice. That's a very good question. Go on.
Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Feji Mekwempa. I'm from Alaro Senior High School. Ma'am, my question is that if I'm having family challenges and it is affecting my studies, how am I supposed to face that family's challenges and face my studies?
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Alimi Manuel. I'm from Alaro Senior School. And my question is that those disabilities that have been downcast by people and which they are traumatized, what counseling can be given to them?
All right. Thank you. So I'll take the questions one after another. I hope I don't forget any. I think I'll start from the last one. She says, if you've been traumatized, what counseling can be given to someone who is traumatized so that they can get out of that situation? That's primarily what she asked. Now, if somebody has been through trauma of any sort, the most important thing to understand that you are not your trauma. What happened to you is not you. What happened to you does not define who you are. What happened to you is just an unfortunate incident that found its way to you. It is not you. For instance, if you get sick and you are in the hospital, your sickness does not define you. Your sickness is not you. Your sickness is a separate entity that just came to you. So once you are able to identify that whatever it is that traumatized you is not you and it is not your fault, then you slowly get out of it. But if you look at trauma like it has become a part of you, you look at the problem like it is you and you embody the problem, then it's difficult to grow from it. But once you realize that I am not my trauma, I am not my pains, I'm not any bad experience that has happened to me, and detach yourself mentally from it, you will free yourself. You understand? All right, great. The other question the young boy asked, he said
about courage.
About courage.
Yes.
What did he say about courage?
How do you develop the courage, right?
I answered the one of how you develop the courage. Yeah, he said
Okay.
he wasn't surprised about the courage. I can't quite remember his question.
Where are you?
Ask him over there, right on top.
So what was the question again? Okay.
Oh, yes.
A poet, if it's important to study literature.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to say, right? A formal education is very important. It's really important because it gives you skills that are much more than academics sometimes. Sometimes it's your interpersonal skills with people, you're interacting with people alone. Sometimes it's what you need when you are in a school setting. But if you want to be a poet, I would say literature is important. It's not to say without literature you cannot become a poet. You can become a poet without literature. However, literature definitely helps you and gives you a lot of skills that you need to become a poet. So yes, you can be a poet without literature, but you will be a much better poet if you study literature, because there are so many things you can learn from there to help you in your pursuit of being a poet. Yeah, that's that one. And there's one more question.
About family challenges.
Exactly, yes. So this is what I'm going to say to family challenges. Yeah, you asked about family challenges.
Young lady at the back.
Yeah, this lady here.
Yes.
I can see her. It is hard. I will not even lie to you. Because having family challenges, first of all, emotionally already affects you. And then you also need the same mind that is being affected to study. So it is not easy. But then the most I can say to you is you have to make the most of the situation. Do you understand? You have to make the most of the situation. Thankfully, you have times you go to school, right? And then after school, you come back home. So when you are in school, you can only try. It's not easy, don't let me lie to you. Even as an adult, if you have family issues at home, it's difficult to concentrate when you go to work. But you can only make the most of it until you are out of that situation. I mean, you are not going to live with your parents for life. You get to a certain age, or your guardian, whoever you're living with, you're not going to be with them for life. It gets to a certain stage where you have to leave and start your own life once you grow up to a certain stage. So I would say look forward to that stage while being in the present and making the most of it, because you cannot escape it. However, just make the most of it. You're in school, try and concentrate as much as you can. It's going to be hard. Like I told you, I won't lie to you about it. But then you can overcome it. Because there's so many people who have had personal challenges growing up within their family circle, but they've been able to make it. There are some who did not even have family. There are some who didn't have a mother and a father. There are some who grew up in an orphanage. There are some who grew up with relatives, but they were able to make it. One of the presidents of the US at some point, Bill Clinton, he's an orphan. He didn't have a mother or he didn't have a father. But he was able to rise from that point to eventually becoming the president of the United States. So it's possible, it's not impossible.
All right, thank you very much. And the last online, I think this is just a yes or no question. How many courses will it take if you want to become a professor?
I have no idea how many courses you need to take to become a professor. I just know that you will first do primary school. No, you start from nursery. You will do primary. You will do the secondary school. You will do the university. After the university, you will go back.
And
You will do masters. After your masters, then you're on your way here.
PhD.
A lot of courses.
PhD. All right, a round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's an honor to share the stage with you. Keep clapping, please. She has told us if you think it, you can believe it. Nothing can stop you. No challenges can stop you. Not even family challenges, not emotional challenges, no trauma can stop you. Just believe it and do it. Once again, please make sure to submit your name, number, and school to the ushers if you want the mentorship program, both for Dell and for okay, for all of you that say want to be lawyers. She has been waiting since December. Don't let her come today again and she doesn't see you. All right, and now for tomorrow. Okay, she wants to take a selfie with everybody, so say hi. They say it's selfie now. So you just say 1, 2, 3, hi. Yay. All right, that's a lot of hi. Okay, another one. So we'll go like 1, 2, 3, say I am a superstar. Say I am a superstar. Nothing can stop me because I have everything in me. And I am a champion. And God got me. All right. Round of applause. Thank you for coming. And now wait before you go. An announcement. Okay, before you go, tomorrow we have VJ Adams in the building. Yeah. And then we also have Ojo Igalo in the building. And we have Mr. Aziz Amida, Mrs. Folusho Badamosi. So tomorrow is an all-star event. I'm going to be coming with my bling bling so that VJ Adams and Ojo Igalo will not beat me to it. I hope you all too. So get ready for all those that want to see the food, Ojo Igalo. And hey, Mr. Kazim has something he's not happy with all of you. Please, let's not make him angry. He said he gave people reports to do. You have not yet submitted a report of yesterday, so he's asking you do your report of yesterday's program and today's program and submit it tomorrow. We will do it. Will you submit the report? Please submit it to the ushers or those guiding you. Thank you very much. I think Swadike has 1 or 2 things to say.
Being young, being young. Have you had a good time today? A round of applause for yourselves. A bigger round of applause for the facilitators. Clap, let them hear. Clap, clap, clap. So you know the way we did it yesterday, right? So we've come to the end of the program for today. I need you guys to do even better tomorrow. remember your pledges, right? So as we did yesterday, you're going to line up. Nobody lines up now. Just leave that place. When I say ready, we're going to do it. In fact, we should do it row by row.
Yes,
So everybody sit down on your seat.
Let's sit down. Let's sit down.
Whether you're upstairs, downstairs, sit down.
Okay.
Everybody sits down. So we'll be calling you row by row. Is that okay?
All right.
Is that okay? Good.
He just reminded me, yes, for the first 5 persons to come in tomorrow, there's a gift for you. Same for those online. For those who join us first, also have a gift for you. Okay, for today, the first 5 people, please see the ushers and you collect your gift. Okay, first 20 people, see the ushers and collect your gift. Hello. So it has been a pleasure being with you guys. My name is Raphael Ezike. They call me Don Ralph, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Surely, you guys are beautiful. Round of applause for you, Sean. All right, so like they have announced, row by row, you collect your food. Please do not litter the floor. If you have your biscuit wrappers on the floor, please pick it. Thank you very much. Let's be good citizens, okay? All right, so DJ, take it away.
Standing, please sit on your seats. Please sit down.
Sit down. Row by row, just sit
You want
down.
to take a good photograph even before you get your food. So remain on your seat.
If you have questions, still submit it and it shall be answered. Take care, everybody. Safe.